For on the record in case number 2022-00299, electronic investigation of Kentucky American Water Company's alleged violation of a tariff and commission regulations regarding meters and monitoring customer usage. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the commission and will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. Before we get started, I would ask if you would turn your cell phones to silent or turn them off. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter and conduct cross-examination. Before we get started in earnest, we'll take an entry of appearance of counsel. I'd ask counsel, given the number of witnesses today, if you could confirm after your entry of appearance the folks that you have today you plan to call or that were requested by the commission.
Certainly, Your Honor. Lindsey Ingram, Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, and Lexington, external counsel for Kentucky American Water. This is David Pippin. He's internal counsel for Kentucky American Water. And in the light blue back here is Molly Van Over. She's a paralegal for Kentucky American Water, and she's going to be assisting the witnesses today with the DR records, the DRs in this case, through the monitor she has set up here, if that's okay with the commission. We do have all of the witnesses here today that have been identified as responsible witnesses on the data responses. That would be Catherine Nash, Andy Lewis, Melissa Schwarzel, Dave Hill, Roderick Sherman, Heather Holting, Jeffrey Newcomb, and we also have with us Oscar Portillo, who's the Kentucky American employee that the commission subpoenaed a week or two ago.
Is that 8 individuals, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just a question before we move on to Mr. Cook. I just want to confirm, you were talking about the record. I know Kentucky Americans, LGNK, you all have done this before. I just want to confirm that the documents that are available to the witness are only the record documents, data request responses, and then the attachments to those responses.
That is correct, Your Honor. This is a clean laptop. There's nothing on it but the record of this case.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And for the Office of the Attorney General?
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'm Lawrence Cook.
And for Commission staff?
Yes, sir. Heather Temple and Mariah Tussey.
I reviewed the record, and it looks like public notice was provided in all the relevant newspapers sometime between 7 and 21 days of the hearing. Other than the petition for confidential treatment, are there any outstanding motions that we need to take under consideration before we start the hearing today?
No, sir. There was one petition for confidentiality, and that order was issued this week.
Okay. All right. We have received no public comments pursuant to the instructions that were included on the Public Service Commission's website. No requests for public comments pursuant to the instructions on the Public Service Commission's website. The public was directed to the PSC website in order to provide remote public comments pursuant to the information that's provided in the public notice that was filed at the end of May in the newspapers of general circulation. Is there anyone here not related to any of the parties that would like to provide public comment on the case at this time? All right, seeing no one, I'd remind folks that may be watching this live or after the fact, but prior to the submission of the case, that public comments can be provided anytime prior to the submission of a case, 3 different ways. You can provide them by email to the Public Service Commission at psc.comment@ky.gov. Those can be provided through a portal on our website, which is psc.ky.gov. And you can mail those public comments to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sauer Boulevard, Sauer, S-O-W-E-R, Frankfort, Kentucky 40602. We ask that whichever of the 3 forms of providing your public comment you choose, that you include your name, your address, and the case number, which again in this matter is 2022-00299. So since there is no one interested in providing public comment in person today, we will move on to the presentation of evidence. I would just ask Mr. Ingram, do you have a preference? Well, let me ask this way. Do you have an intention to call Mr. Portillo yourself, or is he appearing exclusively pursuant to the subpoena?
It's, I guess, our preference to call Mr. Portillo last, at the end of the day, depending on how long the hearing takes. And so, that would be, our request is to call him at the end, and then he can answer any questions that might still be left at that time.
Do you all have an objection to taking him at the end, or do you all have a preference? It's our subpoena. Do you have a preference
We
on how
don't,
he's
that's
called
fine.
today? Okay.
That's fine. We can take his testimony last.
Okay. I just, because it's an investigation, it's sort of
Understood.
a little different. You don't have the burden necessarily, so I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing our issues at the outset or adequately.
Thank you.
So given that, and if there's no objection for Mr. Cook, I'll allow you to call your witnesses in the order that you would like, of course. And this is for the benefit of everyone else, not you, Mr. Ingram, but after you've called your witnesses and asked them initial questions and tendered them for cross-examination, we'll give an opportunity for Mr. Cook, staff counsel, and the commissioners to ask questions, and then come back to you if you have any redirect. If you have, given the nature of the investigation, I'll say it that way, if you have any initial direct testimony that you would like to ask, not extensive direct testimony, but any initial direct testimony that you think will help provide additional evidence in this case, or that you think may be of interest in the commission, to the commission in their investigation, I give you an opportunity to do that before you tender for cross-examination.
Okay, I appreciate that, Your Honor. I don't think I will do that. I think particularly with respect to Ms. Nash and Mr. Lewis, the president and vice president of operations respectively. They do have some things they want to say, but I think that will come naturally in the course of cross-examination.
That'd be fine. Or even if you want to see if it will, and if it doesn't, then you'll have an opportunity on redirect to naturally bring it up.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ingram, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, Ms. Catherine Nash.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Catherine Nash. Is this work address or personal address?
Business would be best.
Business address 2300 Richmond Road in Lexington, Kentucky.
Mr. Ingram?
Ms. Nash, could you please state your job title?
Sure, I'm president of Kentucky American Water.
Okay. And as president, were you identified as the witness or a co-witness on several of the data responses that Kentucky American Water has filed in this matter?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any corrections to those data responses today?
No, not right now.
And you're here today to answer questions about those data responses and any other matter the commission or staff might wish to ask you about.
Right.
Ms. Nash is available for cross.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chairman.
Commission staff?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Nash, if you can't hear me, please let me know. And also, if any of these are better for any of the other witnesses that you all have here today, just let me know that as well, and I'll
Okay.
ask them to those. The first thing I wanted to ask about is, the regulations do have requirements that meters actually be read physically, not necessarily the transmitters, at least once a quarter and at least once a year. Are you aware of any deviations from the commission that have been granted to Kentucky American to deviate from that requirement?
Yes, and I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
I mean, I can hear you, but it's not super loud. So I think your question, let me restate it to make sure you're asking, was the requirement and the regulations to read manually, at least quarterly? Yes, if there was a deviation, I'm referring to my notes real quick. I can't find it right in front of me, but it may have been 2016, 17 timeframe where Kentucky American Water did request a deviation on that, and with the AMR technology, that replaced the actual physical, like, touch read, and that was granted at that time.
And as a post-hearing data request, could you please provide that written deviation that was granted by the commission?
Yes,
And then how many employees does Kentucky American have?
we're at 151.
May I interrupt for just a second? On the
Yeah.
post-hearing data request, I just want to make sure the process is clear. Will there be, at the conclusion of the hearing, written data requests that will come to Kentucky
so
American? Or do we
we'll-
need to keep track as well?
We'll ask them as a matter of course. If you want to keep track of them, you're more than welcome to, but you will get them in written form. We're not going to ask for, we won't put you in that position to where we're making you guess as to what exactly we want. We'll make sure it's written, and then we'll discuss that then in the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The process for asking those, we're going to make sure that we at least ask them at the hearing so that if somebody has the information available, they can give it, and if not, then we'll seek it post-hearing.
Excellent, thank you.
And so currently it's 151.
Yes.
Okay, and how many of those 151 employees are involved in the meter reading process? Or
Sure.
out in the field?
Right. So one of the data responses, and I don't have the number in front of me, but it had at 16 FSR, so field service representatives, 7 meter readers, and 2 meter techs. And that, I think we provided in March of this year, so March 2023. We are at the same level with one exception. We had one field service representative retire. That position was bid out through our union process and has been filled. And so that person will be starting in that role in the coming week. But still, total number with that one minor change in personnel is the same.
And in your last rate filing, how many employees did you have? The last general adjustment of rates, how many employees were there at that time?
I don't have that information in front of me. Jeffrey Newcomb will be testifying later today. He may be able to provide that information.
Okay. I apologize, sorry, I'm skipping around a little, I'm sorry. And in the next, you all just filed the notice of intent for a new general adjustment of rates.
Correct.
Does anything in that rate case specify any additional funding or revenue increases you're going to be seeking for additional employees?
So right now, we're still finalizing all of the information and details. So I'll refer that question also to Jeffrey Newcomb, but we don't have the final data available at this point to be able to comment on that.
Isn't it to be filed like within the next month?
Yes, when we filed notice, I believe we have 60 days.
And just generally from the data request responses that were provided, it appears that a lot of the burden when there's an incorrect bill or estimated reads or high usage issues, a lot of that burden is placed on the customer to then reach out to Kentucky American to handle the situation. Can you explain why that burden is placed on the customers instead of Kentucky American being proactive and addressing that?
Sure. So I would offer a different perspective. I think our billing process, our things that we have in place, and I will mention Heather Holting is going to be testifying later, and she can explain in as much detail as you want the process that we go through with customer bills, anytime we estimate it, the process for identifying high usage, all of that she can explain in detail. But I would counter your comment with, I think we do have quite a bit in place to proactively catch some of these things that could be, not normal or not, if ranging bills and higher. I do think we have those in place.
Aside from sending a letter to them, which was the only thing noted in the data responses, what is that proactive approach you take?
Sure. So there's certain parameters for automatic within the system catching, for example, high usage. So that does flag it in the system and can identify, hey, something doesn't look right with this bill. So there's a couple of things that we can do there. They can send out a work order to go get another read. They can just go ahead and estimate that bill on the front end. So even though we may have gotten a read for it, something doesn't look right, and just to get the bill out in time, those are estimated based on prior usage. So the customer would not, it may preempt that, just sending the letter.
So that is not what was, I guess, provided in response. So you're saying before a letter gets sent out, that the staff at Kentucky American will either go read the meter again or do something else?
I won't say before that, that's another avenue to catch some of these things.
So when is that decided upon?
I'm gonna refer that to Heather Holting.
And when a customer of Kentucky American calls to speak about their bills, are they talking to someone who works here in Kentucky, a Kentucky American employee, or are they calling a call center?
It could be either. The 1-800 number is the call center. And then we have a local office here that also handles those type of issues. So RJ Sherman's going to be testifying later, and he can talk about any of the information on that part of it.
And which number is on the customer bills? The 1-800 number or the local office number?
It's the 1-800 number.
So the local office number does not appear on the bills at all?
I would have to check. I don't have that information in front of me.
And what if a customer comes into the office? Are they able to speak to a customer service representative in the office, or do they get referred to the call center?
They can speak to people on site in the office.
And who would they speak to on site?
So RJ Sherman is the manager of that team, and he'll be testifying later today.
I don't believe I have any more questions for Ms. Nash. Thank you.
And so the record is clear, Ms. Temple, when Ms. Nash refers to R.J. Sherman, that's Roger Sherman?
Yeah,
I'm-
yes,
okay,
yes, thank you.
Making sure.
Oh, sure.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. If you're not the right person to answer this question, please let me know.
Okay.
So, from what I understand, Kentucky American has determined that an unusual deviation would be either 2.5 times higher than the normal bill, or in the dollar amount, $200 higher or 200% higher. Do you know how you arrived at that high, a threshold to determine that something is an unusual deviation?
I don't have that information. Heather Holting would have that.
Okay. And then we received over 1,500 complaints. I imagine that you must have received a similar number, maybe more, maybe less. Was Kentucky American already concerned before this investigation was opened with the number of complaints? Was it something you were aware of, that a lot of people felt there was inaccurate readings?
I did not have access, or I have not seen the list of that high number of complaints. But yes, we have been concerned about this, at least since I started in May of last year, and I was made aware of this situation shortly after I started.
I won't ask you to list everything, but could you give us a general idea of what Kentucky American has done internally to address them?
Yeah, and so I look at it in kind of three areas. And I'll talk briefly about each of the areas, and then the other witnesses can really provide a lot more detail on that. But the first one is, and these aren't in any order, but some management controls. So putting in place reporting where it is visible, where it is in front of the team, both locally and at the corporate level. And that includes reports of number of first estimates along with second consecutive estimates, third, and on up, so that we can see what is going on very clearly, very easily with available data. And that also includes dashboards, so that we can see, when things are trending up or improvements, it is right there. The other thing we've done, excuse me, this year is these metrics are included in performance goals for our operations team. So in the past, it's been more general type goals, and they are very specific this year, tied to metrics with compliance. The second area is on processes. And so one of the things that we identified was prioritizing the work orders that are in the system. So going in the bulk of the work orders and having a team, a centralized team that helps us prioritize what needs to be happening first and what can go further down the list. And then in addition to that, we identified last year that our meter routes could be more efficient. So we undertook a process to restructure and relook at those routes to be more efficient. And so we've completed that process. It is in place now, and we are seeing, pretty good improvements from that process, and we expect that to continue into the future. And then the third area is on meters. So what we did last year is really stopped and did an evaluation of what is going on with the meters, what can be repaired, against what can be replaced or what needs to be replaced, and identified that we have 80,000 meters that need to be replaced over the next 3 years. So looked at that, set up a plan for how to go about doing that, along with supply issues and delivery times and evaluation of the different brands of meters. So to date, this year, we have installed 7,150 meters within the system. That goes with related equipment in the trucks and vehicles and on personnel to support that. So those 3 items, so management controls, processes, meters, have driven down the results of consecutive estimates. So, for example, end of May, for 3 consecutive estimates and up, we're at 467 instances of 3 and up. That is down, if you look at, and I'm going to refer to PSC, first set of data request number 6. There's a chart on there, figure 4, and you can look back to 18. And if you look, and these are a little bit different data set. These are 2 consecutive estimates and up. But 18 is where the spike happened. And I think that's when when the prior commission and Kentucky American Water had conversations back in 2018. So those numbers were peaking at, over 5,000 per month back in 2018. It got under control in 19 and 20. It dropped to below 1,000. Then it trended back up in late 21 into 22, and that's when this investigation got started in mid-22. And it's taken us some time to really, I think, understand what needs to happen and how to move forward. And so we are trending back down, and the plans that we have in place, I think, are really driving that.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just to follow up on the meter issue. When you say you need, or you've needed time to learn the meters, is there a training program for your people in the field to go through to understand the meters and what needs to be done?
I don't have the answer to that. Andy Lewis will be testifying next. That's a good question for him. But I think when I was referencing kind of just understanding the meter, I was more talking about just an evaluation of the overall, how old are all the meters? What brands do we have in? Which ones are performing well, which ones are not? So that type of evaluation.
Thank you. As far as the 151 employees, how many are located in Kentucky?
All of them,
All of them?
yes.
Okay, and so the call center, if that is the number, if a customer goes to your one location is what you have here in Kentucky?
The Lexington office does have a staff there
Okay,
to
so
handle
if they-
customer issues.
And do you have any idea how many people come into the office for complaints versus how many are calling in?
RJ Sherman's going to be testifying later. He would have that information.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I want to ask, you referenced it earlier, a data, well, so if you could bring it up, Counselor, could you provide Ms. Nash with a copy of the company's response to the commission's data request 1-6? Witnesses Schwarzel, Nash, and Sherman.
Certainly, Your Honor. Ms. Vanover will do that, and that's the one, there were 2 data responses that Kentucky American filed supplements to just yesterday. And so for the sake of completeness, PSC 1-6 was one of the ones that was supplemented yesterday. And that supplement contains some of the statistics that Ms. Nash just testified to in response to Vice Chair Hatton's questions. So if you pull up the supplement to 1.6, Ms. Vanover, or I have it here, Ms.
I
Nash.
have a
can you-
copy of
The
it.
supplement would be fine, because it doesn't change the portion that I was hoping to ask about. You have it in front of you now?
Yes.
On page 4 of that response, there's a figure 4, and then below the figure 4, there's a paragraph. I assume you're aware of this, because this is the 80,000 amount that you quoted earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the statement here says, okay, well, I'll just read it all, you tell me if I read it wrong, right? In
Okay.
addition, I'll use Kentucky American Water, but Kentucky American Water continues to evaluate planned metering equipment replacements to ensure replacement schedules align with an appropriate length of service for meters by size, given experience with the equipment and service. Kentucky American Water's recent experience is that the current vintage of installed meters is lasting approximately 10 years. Approximately 80,000 of the company's 133,000 installed 5/8" meters, the most common residential size, are imminently approaching or have surpassed 10 years of age. This means that a significant number of Kentucky American Water's existing meters would benefit from replacement over the next 2 to 3 years. I just want to make sure I know what I'm reading here, Ms. Nash. Are you saying that you all have evidence that your meters, I get here, the current vintage of installed meters is lasting approximately 10 years, that you all have concerns about the accuracy of meters in excess of 10 years?
It's not accuracy. When we are testing them, they are testing accurate. It is transmission of the data into the software program that reads them is part of the issue. So some of the consecutive reads when our trucks are riding by, like, a person's house, that's not transmitting from the meter to the truck. And that's part of the problem. And some of these meters, you can't replace just the endpoint portion that transmits data. And so that vintage of meters, it's all incorporated into the same metering unit.
Okay. Are you generally aware that you all have an obligation to read the meter usage regardless of whether there's a communication issue or not, right?
Yes.
But that has become the issue, is that the meters are not necessarily being read because there's a communication issue with the AMR modules.
I wouldn't say that they're not being read, because we're reading manually.
Well, there's hundreds per month that are not being read.
Yes.
And
Well,
sometimes, and some months, thousands per month.
yes, yes, but let me add to that. They are being read, the data that could be transmitting is not usable data. So one is part of the problem, and there's a breakout of all the different issues that Andy Lewis can go into with the meters. But as far as, like, we may get a read that has alphanumeric parts to it, well, that's not an actual read. So we're still getting manual reads for a good portion of the data, but to your point, yes, there are certain meters that are not being read, or we don't have data for, good data for each month.
Are you aware that, have you ever seen where the commission approved, whether the commission approved the installation of the AMR meters in 2013?
I've not seen that document. I saw the one from 16 that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, and we'll get to the one in 16 in a
Okay.
second. How about an order from, go in the way back machine here, an order in a 2009 case that was entered in 2011. We're not just recently slow, we've always been slow. But a 2009 case where the order was issued in 2011, where Kentucky American Water petitioned the commission for a deviation to keep its 5/8" meters in service for 15 years without the need to test for accuracy.
Yes. I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. So, in reviewing that order, it was my understanding, well, I'll just read from from page 9 of that order, it says Kentucky American anticipates that the annual capital expenditure savings from moving to a 15-year meter replacement program is $545,872, with an associated annual revenue requirement savings of $90,918 to be passed through to its customers in subsequent rate cases. Would you agree that if you all are forced, because of the communications issues with your current AMR meters, to replace them every 10 years, as opposed to the 15-year replacement that you were approved of in 2011, that that is going to result, all things equal, in higher costs for consumers?
It could.
Tell me how it couldn't.
So I think the intent years ago, when that was put into place, was to save money, was to, if meters can stay in the ground for 15 years, it saves all customers money. In reality, those meters that were studied are a different set of meters than what's in the ground and going into the ground today. And so I will reference Melissa Schwarzel can give some good detail on that. So the intent was, let's try it. If we don't have to pull a meter out at 12, 13, 14 years and it can be work that much longer, it's for the benefit of customers. In reality, that's not happening. The 10-year period is what we're seeing for lifespan of meters.
So, you all are replacing these meters. Are you replacing these meters with meters that you also expect just to last 10 years?
Yes.
So, and let's be clear, we're not talking about meters that are lasting 10 years. We're talking about communications modules that are lasting 10 years. Is that right?
So meters from 15, 20 years ago, the read point was incorporated into the meter. And I'll pause here because David Hill is here and is our meter expert and can give you a lot of detail on the meters that I'm not able to give you. But the meter technology is different. The way meters are constructed is different. The composite materials of today versus what was used 20 years ago are different and perform differently.
So, we had meters, I don't know, my experience, it would last 30 or 40 years. Kentucky American provided substantial evidence for the commission to, that those meters were accurate in at least 15 years before it even needed to be tested, right? 15 years between testing, not removable testing. Substantial evidence that you all could get a deviation to go 15 years as opposed to 10 in the regulation for testing the accuracy of meters. And now we're at a place where the meters are more expensive, seemingly have greater technology issues with actually being able to read them the way you all intend to read them, and last a shorter time period. Is that about right?
I don't have the details on meters from 20 years ago, but David Hill will.
Well, I'm just, that's not even a technical, but that's like big picture. Is that your understanding that the meters are having greater issues and lasting a shorter time period than meters in the past? Have you come to find that in your time at Kentucky American?
I can't answer that.
But what has been your takeaway from knowing that you all had this 15-year for accuracy and replacing every 10 years? What has been your takeaway, I guess, of the trying to say this right, but the usefulness of today's metering options?
I think, again, I'll refer to David Hill to answer the technical and the meter questions, but what I'm saying is meters need to be replaced. The meters that we have right now need to be replaced at 10 years. That's what I'm seeing from the data.
All right, so have you all looked, you all have a rate case coming up. You're talking about replacing 80,000 meters, so this is why I'm asking specifically at this time. Have you all looked at whether it's cost beneficial to consumers to go back to manual meter reading if you can leave the meters in for 15 years as opposed to AMR meters that are only lasting 10 and have hundreds, if not thousands, of missed meter reads every single month?
David Hill can give information on analysis of meters and what's available in the market today.
Okay, have you directed anybody, or are you aware of Kentucky American or American Water looking at that cost benefit analysis for consumers?
I have not, no.
If you all get new meters, that's a capital expense, is that right?
Correct.
If you all have to conduct a greater number of manual meter reads by sending somebody out to read those meters, is that a capital expense or an operating expense?
That would be an operating expense.
Earlier, you were talking about you've seen a 2016, I think it's a 2017 order, but in a 2016 case regarding a deviation from, I think the question that was asked was about the quarterly and annual recurring regulations. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding, just high level, of what you all have a deviation for?
For the actual manual inspection of meters once a year.
Okay. Do you believe or are you aware of whether or not you, let me ask you this way. Are you under the impression that you all have a deviation from the regulation that requires a quarterly read of meters?
No, we do not.
Okay. And do you believe that you all are reading all meters quarterly?
Yes. Yes, with exception. So I would say we are set up to read all meters every month. Our routes, our equipment, our personnel, we are set up and they read every meter every month. The exception part would be, the other part of that regulation has, that we read at least quarterly within our control, all meters that are within our control. And so there's a host of examples of issues that we have that are outside of our control. So as far as your question about, do we read meters quarterly? Yes, we do.
Okay, I just want to be clear about your response. You are unaware of Kentucky American not reading a meter. You're unaware of you all failing to read a meter quarterly that you do not deem to be within your control.
No, let me clarify then. So I'm going to refer back to PSC 1.6, that graph that we looked at earlier. So I would say in 2018, there are instances, over 5,000 that could, I would say yes, more than likely there are a portion of these that were within our control that we were supposed to read. I know that wasn't super clear, and then when we get to where we are today, unfortunately, I can't identify the exact number that was, I don't know the split between what was in our control and what was outside of our control. But I would, looking at this data, I would say, yes, there are meters that we did not read that were within our control.
Did not read quarterly that are within your
Yes,
control.
yes.
Okay. So there is a document, and I'm not good with pivot tables, so I kind of gave up after looking at it. There was a document provided an Excel document provided in response to AG 1-2 that seemed to indicate that there were 5,000 data points. So it may not be 5,000 meters, it may be like, what I'm about to say, maybe multiple meters, but maybe cumulative months, that seem to have 12 months or more of consecutive estimates.
Yes,
Are you generally aware of that response and that data?
yes.
Is that 5,000 different meters over that length of history that had 12 months of consecutive estimates? Or is that, if a meter went 13 months with consecutive estimates, does that show up on that table as both a 12 and a 13-month data point?
I do not know the specific answer to that question. Melissa Schwarzel will, though.
Okay, let me ask you this way.
Yeah.
Do you believe that there are at least hundreds of meters over the last few years, say 3 to 5 years, whatever it may be, hundreds of meters of Kentucky American Water's meters that have at least 12 months of consecutive estimates?
When I looked at the data, when I first started looking at this last year, and I don't know the exact number, but yes, there were meters that were 12 months and over.
I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get an appreciation for magnitude. Do you think it's a couple? Do you think it's quite a few, or is it, a couple or quite a few?
I don't have the data right in front of me.
Do you think it's more than 10? I guess is where, okay.
Yes, it was more than 10.
More than 10, okay. And
And I want to say, we're in the 50 to 100 range.
okay,
Is what I was remembering.
of more than a year?
Yes.
Okay. So I read the data request, and I can't, claim to have probably the appreciation for it. That walk through, I guess it's it's SAP, it's other, back-end computer programs. The automated, notifications that are sent internally, it seems mostly internally, or a creation of letter. Are you aware of that data request that walks through what happens each month when there's a consecutive estimated read?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that that's adequate to put either the company on notice, or I'll ask that first. Do you believe that that process and the notifications and the orders that it creates, is that adequate to put the company on notice that there's an issue with the ability to read an individual customer's meter?
So I'll answer this in two ways. One thing that was identified when we looked at this is so there's notifications that come out that say initial estimate. So that would be month one, the first time it got estimated. And then it's broken out by month 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So 5 was just 5+ in the system. And my opinion is that's where some of these that had been going for over a year got trapped in because there wasn't visibility to see exactly what the detail was on that. So that's one thing that we're working through, and that we've gotten through all of these ones that, were that 12-month plus category. But yes, the visibility, the other part of the answer is yes, the visibility is there, especially now through the dashboards that are very clear. You got red, yellow, green that show, you're good, it's been read, and the operations team gets that data to work some of those orders. So I think when you talk to Andy Lewis and RJ Sherman, they can give more clarity on that process and how that works.
Yeah, and I frankly, their expertise may be missed on me. At a high level, I'm just wanting to make sure that I have an understanding whether you believed, when you got to Kentucky American, whether that process was. I guess what I'm really trying to find were those orders just going off into cyberspace, or were they actually being sent to somebody? Was somebody supposed to be? Was there a process set up where those orders were created and somebody was supposed to see it and it just wasn't getting done?
In general, high level, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that goes back to my previous question. That's what I'm just trying to get to is, it wasn't like it was a mistake and it was going to an inbox that nobody had access to. There was somebody either employed by Kentucky American or an agent of Kentucky American, whatever it may be, that was being put on notice at 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month, and then the 5+ month orders.
Yes.
Okay. If you all anticipate replacing 80,000 meters in the next couple of years, do you know whether the company's capital plan anticipated replacing those within 10 years or previously anticipated replacing those on a 15-year basis?
The previous plan was over 15, and so that plan's being changed now.
Okay. I want to be very clear about what I'm asking. You came into your position when?
May of 22.
Okay. So at least prior to May of 22, given all this information that was learned in 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, there had previously, the capital plan had not changed to take into account what you basically say as a fact is that the meter reading ability of these meters is diminished beyond 10 years and they need to be replaced at 10 years.
I'm sorry, what was the question part of that?
Yeah, that before that was not being taken into account, that
Okay.
these were not accurate all the way to 15 years.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, okay. And the capital plan reflected an expectation they were gonna last 15 years.
Correct.
But they are not. I just wanna make sure I take your testimony. You were saying earlier, you do not believe that they are accurate beyond 10 years, or useful beyond 10 years. Accurate being, I know that you
Yes.
got a caveat with that, but
Yeah.
useful, okay.
Yes.
Do you know over what time these meters were being depreciated?
That would be a question for Jeffrey Newcomb.
what is keeping you all from running the meter routes, getting the information that says we have, I'm making up a number here, 400 out of 133,000 that we don't have usable information to charge people. We're gonna have to do, whatever it is, whatever, that's an estimated, we're gonna have to estimate it. What is keeping you all from sending out employees or agents or contractors, whatever it may be, from manually reading those meters each and every month? We have 12 months, there's no month where it's perfect. What's keeping you all from sending people out in a timely manner to get a manual meter read so that that bill doesn't have to be estimated?
Yeah, and so we have been doing that. And we started a couple months ago with, we had 10,000 meters that had to be manually read. And Andy Lewis can talk in more detail about this, but that's what we've been doing, is each month getting that list and reads that were not able to be read with an actual usage, sending people out to do that. The other thing that we've changed recently is we are now contracting out our locating service. So the employees that were doing those are now working on service orders and other parts of the business to catch up on these things. The other thing that we're doing is all of the meter replacements that are going in right now, we are contracting out. So in 2018, when we had the surge of meter installs, we were doing that with internal employees, which then really takes away from other job functions that they need to be doing. So as far as adding people to go do that and sending people out for manual reads, all of that is being done right now.
And are these things that you've effectively done in late 2022 and throughout 2023?
Yes.
Okay. In 2022, you all earned something near your commission-approved ROE. Is that right? On a pro forma basis?
I don't have it right in front of me. It was 9 point, I think adjusted. We had a tax, what's the word I'm looking for? A property tax protest that from 20 and 21 property taxes that was settled in 22. So 22 without adjustments looks artificially high, and that's been adjusted in the filing that we made for this, and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but yes, I mean, I think the 6-year, if you look over since our last rate case, our average since the last rate case is 9.5% ROE.
And you would agree that's in the neighborhood of what your commission-approved ROE was?
I believe that was 9.7,
Yeah.
so just under, yes.
Horseshoes, hand grenades, and ROEs, as long as you're in the neighborhood, people don't normally have too much of a problem. So is the fact that you all were fine with your ROE, and I mean, that's my characterization, I'm not, nobody else's, that your all's pro forma earned ROE in 2022 was near and around your commission approved, right? Your expected ROE, or the close to the amount that I'm going to say it correctly this time, close to the amount that the commission determined was approximately the investor required ROE. In 2022, and you're incurring all these additional expenses in late 2022 and throughout 2023 exclusively related to this issue. How much of what we're talking about here is a driver for your all's anticipated rate case that you filed the notice for?
So are you asking, let me make sure I understand your question. So the
Yeah.
money that we're spending right now with contractors and other things overtime?
Line
that-
locates, everything related, right? So you've taken people off line locates to move to the metering issue and having to get contractors for line locates. All of those things that you were talking about.
Right.
How much of that is a driver of the anticipated rate case?
I'm going to refer that one to Jeffrey Newcomb. That'll be later today. There's other factors, though, in the rate case filing.
I assume you all have invested some amount of money in rates that aren't recovered through the QIP.
Yeah.
But just high level, I'm just curious about, I mean, is it a primary driver? Is it an
it is
additional item?
It's not a primary driver.
Okay, so I'll ask it this way. Just based off that, if there weren't the other things that Mr. Newcomb can tell me about,
Yeah.
right? If it was just for the expenses incurred for this, would this be a driver of a rate case in and of itself?
No.
Okay.
No, and let me follow up with that too, because this to me is part of what we need to do every day. Safety, operations, environmental compliance, water quality, compliance with tariff and regulations. It is what we do, and it's part of, part of the business model.
Sort of, the obligation to provide adequate, efficient, and reasonable service.
Yep.
I have a question for you, and I can ask each individual witness, and that's fine. Of the 8 witnesses today, are all of them employees of Kentucky American, or are some of them employees of American Water, or affiliated companies? And if they are employees of American Water and affiliated companies, do any of them actually work in Kentucky?
So Andy Lewis is VP of Operations. He is an employee of Kentucky American located in Kentucky. Melissa Schwarzel is an employee of American Water. She is based in Camden, New Jersey. David Hill is an employee of American Water based in New Jersey. Let's see, who we got? Heather Holting is an employee of American Water, not based in Kentucky. Jeffrey Newcomb is an employee of Kentucky American Water. He is based in Lexington. RJ Sherman is an employee of Kentucky American Water based in Lexington. And Oscar is an employee of Kentucky American Water based in Lexington.
And you're an employee of Kentucky American Water, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. All right, thank you. Vice Chair, you had an additional question?
Yes, thank you. You said that you're now doing 10,000 meter reads manually a month.
That number has dropped. That's where it started.
Okay.
And we're driving that down. And part of driving that down is replacing those meters. So those meters are taking priority for first replacement. So that number is dropping.
The ones that needed manual readings,
Yes.
that makes sense?
Yes.
So has that corrected the problem?
Yes, it is starting to, we're seeing results from that change.
Okay. And then just a technical question, forgive my ignorance, everyone else may well know, but what are the meters that are beyond your control?
So there's, so one example would be supply chain. So last year, we placed an order, so let me back up. Years ago, you could get a meter within 2 to 3 weeks. So if we saw a surge of meters that needed to be replaced, the time to order them, have them delivered and installed was reasonable. You could do it fairly quickly. What we're seeing today is meters are taking up to 6 months to be delivered. So we placed an order last August when we started really kind of focusing on this and recognizing that we need to be replacing meters, and it was 6 months for delivery on those meters. So that would be something where you end up with a consecutive estimate, and we don't have a meter to put back into the ground. So I think that would be one example of items beyond our control. There's others where access to the meter is blocked by some reason. So typically you'll see those for maybe a month, 2 months. It could be a construction dumpster. It could be a vehicle that's blocking transmission to that meter. That would be another example.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Regan has a question. I just want to follow up on something that you asked there. I appreciate your familiarity with the regulation, the quarterly requirement, except for in instances it's beyond your control. At some point, and the record has some indication of this, I think, in regards to the answer earlier that we talked about with, 2, 3, 4 estimated reads and the different codes that may run from it. From your perspective, what do you think Kentucky American's obligation is to notify customers of the particular issues insofar as it is within their control, the reason that you can't read the meter? What obligation, in your opinion, is there that you all have to communicate with the customer clearly so that you can get the read, so that you can get access to the meter, whatever it may be? Where do you feel like that line is sort of drawn, or maybe it's a very thin line, maybe it's a very broad gray area, but what's the company's obligation to help work with the customer to get that read insofar as it continues to be an estimated read that you all deem to be outside of your control.
Sure. So I think that's a gray area right now, and I think it's an area, or I don't think, it's an area we're working on because we do not have a defined policy that says, hey, if we don't have a read within, let's say, 6 months or something, and we're getting blocked or we don't have access to it, that is an area I think we need to work on, to identify what is that time frame and what is the notification to the customer.
Okay. So, and I could ask, maybe Mr. Lewis, but if not, we're gonna ask as a post-hearing data request. There were reference in certain data requests to inside meters and outside meters. I would like to have an appreciation for what your all's, the relative amount that you have of inside meters and outside meters, and those that you believe you have direct access to and those that you don't, to make sure that, this concern around inside meters is not a red herring and there's only, 200 of them or whatever it may be.
Right.
Because I know that depends a lot on the utility, so we'll ask that as a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
Mr.
But,
Reagan?
I mean, I can answer high level. Most of our meters are outside.
That's my
So
understanding.
commercial, industrials, those are more the ones that are located inside sets.
Okay.
You said there are 10,000 meters that need manual reads or to
That's where
change?
we started. That number has dropped significantly since then.
Okay. And there's 7 people here, and 2 are management, so there's 5 people doing that meter reading?
There's 7 doing that.
7 doing it.
So just a little
Is
more.
that, so how many meters do they do a day?
So they read 5 days a week, and on average, they're reading, it depends on their route and where they're located, but on average, they're reading about 1,000 a day.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Ingram?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that it's clear, Ms. Nash, on a couple of points relating to estimates. A single estimate for a customer is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. And can you explain why that's the case?
Sure. So first estimates, our process internally is set up that if we do have, for whatever reason it is, and we've got one of our attachments has a whole list of reasons we might get an estimate. And the intent of our process is that the customer will still get a bill. And so we've got I think our process is very strong on how we estimate bills, and they're very, very close. And Heather Holting can address this a little bit further. But that way, the customer is still getting a bill each month. So even if something happened that first month, it could be weather-related, it could be a safety issue, and we have to estimate, let's say, one route. So let's say there's 1,000 customers that get estimated. They're still getting a bill. And the process would be that next month when we get the actual read, it gets trued up. And so that they're not skipping months or they get, a different kind of bill. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And then you talked a little bit about the information that is contained in yesterday's supplemental response to PSC 1.6. And I wanted you to explain to the commission, if you could, the relationship between the recent replacement of meters that's happened over the last, say, 6 months, once you all are able to get your hands on meters, the relationship of that towards the level of consecutive estimates.
Sure, and what we filed yesterday, the supplement to it, was the chart that we talked about a couple times during this, but we just updated it with information through end of May. Part of this supplement, we did add another chart above it that shows meter replacements. So it's broken out by scheduled meter replacements and unscheduled meter replacements, and you can see a direct trend. So if you go back to 2018, when we replaced those meters, our consecutive estimates drop. We tick along for 19 and 20 at a pretty good, clip, and you start seeing them trending up again in January 22. You can see it again when we start replacing meters. So the meters that we replaced late last year and into this year is driving down those consecutive estimate numbers. So when you get a chance to look at that one, it does demonstrate that direct correlation between those two.
Which figure are you looking at, sir?
I'm looking at, so what we supplemented, so PSC 1.6. Figure 3,
Okay, thank you.
and then, so that's an updated one, and then figure 4. And these are both data through end of May.
And Vice Chair Haddon, yet what got supplemented yesterday was PSC 1.6 and Attorney General 2.9. The supplemental information was identical in each update, okay? And I think you mentioned this before, Ms. Nash, but I want to make sure it's not lost on the commission. As you sit here today, the number of consecutive estimates in your system that exceed 2, all right, 3 or more. What's that level today? And can you talk about what level that is in terms of a percentage of your overall number of customers?
Yeah, so I mentioned before, we're sitting at the end of the month, last month, at 467, and that is 0.3% of our total meter count. So our goal, we want to drive this as low as possible. That's what we're working on. And I look at numbers, I'll just add my own extra here, but looking at 18 numbers, when I can see that 19 and 20 is much better, I would say 18 numbers are unacceptable. I look at, we're trending back up into early 22. That's a trend, that to me is an indicator that we need to be doing something about it. So my goal, we want to drive these as close to 0 as we can get. But I do want to say, we're going to have estimates that just on a routine basis for a variety of reasons. But it's my job to make sure that we put processes in place, that we continue with improvement throughout the business to keep these low.
And just one more question. Do you think it is your focus on this issue since you started that has led to the vastly improved state of affairs for consecutive estimates when you compare where it was at the beginning of last summer to where it is now at the beginning of this summer?
I think it's part of it, but I think as you talk to the other members of the team, you're going to see this as an effort not only within Kentucky American Water, but American Water in general to focus on this and to put the resources that we need to drive this down.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
So, and on that, I appreciate it, Mr. Ingram. On that, was it just not a focus to begin with?
I can't say it wasn't a focus, but when I started, I talked about there's three general areas. And so I would say each of those areas, meters, is obviously a big driver of this. And so identifying that we need to be replacing these sooner, I don't think happened until last year sometime. The processes, there's processes in place, but I think the visibility into the data on a routine basis, so I see it right now each week. I see where we are, I see what's trending. I don't know that that was there. The data was there, I just don't know that the scrutiny people were putting to it.
Well, and I guess I'm confused by that because, I mean, I assume you're aware by now that in 18 or 19 or something like that, the commission had Kentucky American in for a tracking meeting to specifically discuss this.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those documents are provided, the ones that were provided to the commission in that meeting are in this record. So Kentucky American was aware of the issue, was trying to address the issue, and then it just, what are you finding? Was it just forgotten, the focus on it went down because the numbers went right back up right before you got there, is that correct?
Yes. I don't think it was forgotten. I think coming out of COVID with supply chain, I think it's a host of things. I don't think it's one thing. I don't think people forgot about it. I think number of work orders went up. I think COVID impacts and supply chain delivery problems. We had turnover of staff. We have retirements. We had 4 or 5 people within the field service rep that are the people that go out and do all this stuff retire, long tenured employees. So I think it's all these things. My view is it's all these things put together that started driving those numbers up.
So you all have had a lot of turnover as well on the, not just in the field staff, but in the, I'd say in the folks that oversee Kentucky American's distribution investment, right?
Yes.
Distribution system. Has that been a contributing factor? The fact that prior to your arrival, there was seemingly a new person in charge of the system every, I don't know, year and a half seemingly?
I think it could be, yes. And so part of what we're doing right now to address that, because there's going to be turnover in the business. I mean, people are going to leave, have new opportunities, is putting in processes that regardless of who is running it, that these things are in place and that it is getting attention across the board.
since you've been there, which is approximately a year at this point, and be the first to say this issue certainly existed well prior to your tenure. Since you've been there, do you get more direction on these issues from your board or from American Water?
From American Water.
Mr. Ingram, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nash.
Thank you.
Chairman, could we take a short break before?
Yeah, that'd be fine. We'll just take our first morning break here. We'll take it for 10 minutes, maybe a little bit after. So we'll come back maybe just before 10, maybe just before 10:35, just a little after 10:30. We'll say that. All right, we'll take a short recess. back on the record in case number 2022-00299. Mr. Ingram, would you like to call another witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call William A. Lewis, who goes by Andy.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is William Andrew Lewis. I go by Andy. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Kentucky American Water. My work address is 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington.
Mr. Ingram, you may ask.
Mr. Lewis, have you been identified as the responsible witness in this case on multiple data responses that Kentucky American has filed?
I have.
Do you have any corrections to any of those data responses as you sit here today?
I do not.
Mr. Lewis is available for cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
I'm Lawrence Cook with the Attorney General's Office. Have a few questions for you today, and if at any time you can't hear me, just let me know. And I'm going to be referring to some of the responses to your data requests. If you need to actually pull it up, just let me know, and obviously we'll give you time to do that, and to look at it. But a lot of my questions are going to be like at a high level. So I suspect that a lot of them you probably will know the answer pretty straightforward. So just, as the case may be, just speak up.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, is it correct to say that several different types of problems caused the issues that brought us here today?
That's correct.
Okay. And metering is one of those, correct?
It is.
And is it correct to conclude that meters alone did not account for the majority of the problems?
I think it's the primary causal factor to the challenges we're seeing today. We can talk more about that as we go through, my testimony. But it is the largest issue, and that issue really is around the time it takes from order to delivery of meters that we've seen over the last 2+ years.
Okay,
Everything cascades from that.
I understand. And in the course of this case, and in the period starting in 2018 when these problems really started coming to a head, some meters were found to be defective and then they were swapped out. Isn't that correct?
That is.
Okay. And then there were also some meter interface units, or MIUs, that were sometimes causes of problems. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And then, if I understand correctly, there, in some more limited instances perhaps, it sounds like there were some problems with radio read devices. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
As defined as the devices we use in our trucks to receive the transmission from the meters.
Thank you. Would it be correct to conclude that meters or other metering related equipment accounted for the majority of the problems then?
We generally anticipate and expect that our meters are going to function correctly for at least that 10 to 15-year time frame, right? I think it's fair by the data we've provided. There could be a subset of meters where we're seeing something closer to 10, or maybe even prematurely failing by a year or two, right? So that would push our normal length of service replacement program. That would be hard for us to anticipate those premature or early failures. As Ms. Nash said earlier, our LOS is really built closer to that 15-year time frame. So when we see those premature failures earlier on, it's not necessarily programmed in our normal capital plan. But yes, I think it is fair to say that if meters if they're stopping working or they're failing prematurely, that would definitely cause us an unplanned issue.
Okay, I understand, thank you. In your response to AG 1-13, by the way, when I use that nomenclature, one means the first set of data requests, okay? So it's item 13. You stated that to improve and accelerate resolution of consecutive estimates, in most instances, the company ended up replacing the meter. So the question I had on that, did that action of replacing the meter prove to resolve the issues for those particular metering locations?
It does. In fact, in our most recent supplemental response to PSC 1-6, if you look at the charts that we've already referenced this morning, you can see that there's a clear relationship between when we have meter inventory available to replace the meters, there's a drastic decrease in the number of consecutive estimates that result from those replacements. Now, there's a lag in time. I mean, obviously, if I replace a meter in May, I'm not really going to see the benefit of the stop in the estimate until the the following month. But you can directly see or clearly see that there's a correlation between those events.
Okay, thank you. And in your response to AG 1-6, you provided a table depicting the number of unscheduled meter replacements from 2018 through 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your response stated that these unscheduled meter replacement figures are a good proxy for meter interface unit replacements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, in your response to the next set of data requests, AG 2-7, prior to 2022, the company did not track MIUs separately from meters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So putting together the information from these two responses, is it correct that prior to 2022, problems in the metering related infrastructure that you discussed in AG 1-6 could have been in either the meter or the MIU? Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the response to AG 2-7, we see that since July of last year, over 5,700 MIUs have been replaced. Is that correct?
Based on the information that I've been provided, that is my understanding.
Okay. Can you just give a brief description, just so we understand? I know there are several different types of meters currently in the deployed fleet, if that's a term.
Sure.
But is that MIU, is that something that is easily detachable from a meter, or is it built in? Does it take a lot of work to get to it? Or?
Right, so I think it's a good question, and I can provide you my general understanding. This would be a great question to maybe redirect to Mr. Hill later today. But generally speaking, at a high level, you're correct. We have, and I don't know which response we responded to, but I think we actually provided the numbers of meters we have across the different brand manufacturers that we've used. So we have different types, and they are configured differently. It is true that the older, when I say older, 10-year-old-ish meters, they do, the manufacturers make improvements year after year after year, and we do try to incorporate those improvements through our normal length of service program. That said, in the older versions, the meter, the register are kind of one piece, and then there's a potted, what I mean by that is completely sealed length of cable between the meter register and the actual MIU, which is the transmission device. There's not a practical way to be able to cut that wire. You're messing with the internal parts of the meter. It's not easily replaceable. Newer current versions that we're using today does offer the ability to make a approved, kind of a manufacturer-approved disconnection. There's actually a electrical connection that we can use to facilitate replacement of just the MIU if that's practical at the time. If
Okay.
that helps.
Thank you. And also, in that response to AG 2-7, you gave a sort of a definition of the term unscheduled meter replacements. And you said that that means replacements more than 2 years earlier than scheduled, replacement or calibration year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on your response to AG 2-7B, it appears that the total number of annual unscheduled meter replacements represents 4% of all meter replacements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you state this unscheduled replacement rate is in line with industry norms. Is that correct?
That's my general understanding. Again, David Hill's here today to really dive into more of the metering specific details. So that would be an opportunity, I think, for the commission and the AG to redirect to David.
Okay, thank you. Looking again at the response back to AG 1-6, we see the table depicting slightly more than 7,200 unscheduled meter replacements in 2018. Is that correct?
Bear with me. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But then the annual number of unscheduled replacements starts to taper off in the next several years, correct?
It does.
So is the 4% figure you provided in response to AG 2-7 based on the average of meter replacements from 2018 through 2022 as depicted in that response to AG 1-6?
I really don't know the answer to that question. Again, I think Mr. Hill could respond to that.
Okay, all right.
I would just want to point out, though, as we're looking at, you could go back to that table, please. I think there's some context around this or color around this table that I think the hearing would benefit from, and that is, you know, when you factor in our LOS program, right? I think it's easy to assume that it's a flat, you know, okay, American Water is going to replace about the same percentage of meters every single year. In our case, that's not exactly true. Because of the earlier 2010 through 2013 timeframe, there was a significant meter replacement program during that decade where the majority of our meters were replaced in a relatively short amount of time. So, you know, we're not going to see a flat, right? So we're not necessarily going to just see a linear decrease in these unscheduled replacements. Ours is going to be lumpier, you know, from a 10-year cycle standpoint. So just wanted to point that fact out.
Thank you. And Mr. Lewis, you responded to PSC 2-12, isn't that correct?
I did?
And that provided an updated response to PSC 1-9. Excuse me. Whenever the company learned of consecutive estimates, and that created one of 3 types of service orders, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the 3 types of those service orders are repair or install reading device orders, stop consecutive estimate outside orders, and stop consecutive estimate inside orders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your response to PSC 2-12 included an Excel spreadsheet that provided an update on service orders with consecutive meter read estimates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Will you explain what an expired service order is?
Sure. So again, I'm speaking to a higher level general understanding. Before I get into my response, I would again invite the Attorney General's office to discuss more with Heather Holting and Mr. Sherman
Okay.
for greater detail. But yes, an expired order is really simply what it sounds like. It's an order that was generated for various different reasons, okay? Through, and I know we keep referring to our system, but we do call it the system, but generates an order, and if it is not completed within a certain amount of time, it would expire, okay?
Okay, I understand. Looking at that Excel sheet, do you have it?
I do.
Okay, thank you. In particular, at the total number of expired orders, it looks like they peaked in 2018 and then dropped off through 2020, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in your response to AG 2-12, you detail why the number of expired work orders picked up again. And one of the reasons given was that 5 field service representatives retired during that time frame. Correct?
That's correct.
Has the company since then filled those positions?
I believe as of just in the last couple of weeks, we're back up to about 25 staff. That's FSRs, meter readers, meter technicians, that cohesive group dedicated to our metering program. So we are back up to roughly that 25 individual group. I would like just to, if I could, I would like to just go back to the expired order issue
Sure.
for a minute. I think it's important, and I want to make sure that this commission understands clearly, and the team here today, that an expired order does not represent a forgotten order. Okay, and I think, just listening to some of the discussion this morning, that's an important takeaway today. The way our system works, and again, I'm going to leave Mr. Hill and Heather Holting to really discuss the more detailed mechanics of how that works. But our system generates an order, right? In fact, I would also tell the AG and the commission that for a consecutively estimated meter, when the system recognizes that in the system, it could generate more than one order. There are times for one meter reading for 1 month, our system could actually generate 1, 2, 3, 4 separate orders. Any one of those orders being worked by our field services team would cancel the others, or we would just allow them to expire, okay?
Okay.
If they're not worked for some reason, okay, and in this case, if we're sending someone out to work an order, we want them to correct the issue, right? And we can talk about this more, but fundamental to the causal issue fundamentally has been our inability over the last couple of years to be able to obtain enough new meters to keep up with the failures, both normal LOS and premature, in the system, okay? So if I send an FSR out, or if we send an FSR out in the field to work an order, if I don't have a meter to fix the problem, fixing the problem is replacement of the meter, they can't fix the problem, okay? Now, at that point, I also want the commission to understand and be aware of that, generally speaking, when our field service reps are going out and working any type of service order, they are collecting a meter reading at that time. And that reading may not be used, I can't speak to the details of this, others can. It may not be used directly for billing, but it can be used to provide feedback to the usage that month of that account for other various reasons. If that order isn't worked, it is going to be allowed to expire. The following month, when the system recognizes, there's another consecutive estimate, same meter, it's going to issue another order. So I just want to make sure that the AG and the commission is very clear in that we do not ignore service orders, okay?
Okay.
They are allowed to expire, and new ones are generated. And I also want to add that, I know that sounds complex, but there's reasons and again, I think Ms. Holting can explain this better than I can, but there are reasons why the system was designed to do that. Generally, so that we had a code for every following order that increases its priority in the system. The longer it's been consecutively estimated, the higher priority it is to us to address it. So
sorry,
I
Mr.
just
Cook.
want to point that out.
We'll be clear about your testimony. Are you saying that under no situation was an order ignored?
I'm not saying that in
Okay.
entirety. I'm just saying that is not, there's not a systematic issue of us ignoring service orders.
Okay, when did the meter issue, okay, so take a couple of steps back, things you said, and I don't want to forget it, so I'm going to ask them now. When did you all start having problems getting meters?
We've had problems with getting meters, I don't know, mid-COVID.
Okay, so the
Let's say
issues in,
21 or
so the
so.
issues in 2017 and 2018, in regards to this that peaked, that had nothing to do with your ability to get meters, would you agree?
Yeah, I can't really speak to that.
Well, you just spoke to it, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I'm saying that our issues since 2018 is my time reference.
Okay, so in 2019, when you all had this problem, did that have to do with being able to get meters?
Well, I think that you can see that we had definitely lower level of estimates. But I don't believe that that was directly causal in that the meters, getting meters was directly the cause of those issues.
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. So you basically said this issue is directly caused by the inability to get meters, but the inability to get meters did not start until 2020, 2021. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
And then so finally, you explain this problem. The problem, as you seem to explain it, is the issue between the communications from the meter area to the vehicle and the ability of the receiver in the vehicle to receive that information and then put it into the system in a meaningful way. Is that correct?
Well, I think there are other issues related to that. Well, I know that there are other issues related to that. Meters themselves, the meter bodies themselves, they break, they fail, they stop. Right? We know that. So my comments are reflective of the whole metering issue, whether it's a meter stop or a communication failure.
Well, that's fine, but your entire testimony that you were discussing about trying to explain this away, or that's an unfair characterization, but trying to provide context for, as you said, for the information for the AG and the commission, is that we need to take into context that the issue, I took from your testimony, was the communications. Is that right?
Well, so to be fair, and just want to reflect that what I'm speaking to is the post-2018 timeframe, where you see the spike, where you really see the spike in the consecutive estimates.
Yeah, here's what I'm trying to figure out. Nothing in your original, let me take a second to explain this big issue, talks about the inability, right? So there's a truck parked over the meter set, I don't know, right? Whatever it is, but the physical inability to actually walk up and read the meter. So are you saying that you all were unable or did not have the ability to physically read every single one of these meters in a timely manner?
Can you ask that a different way?
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not the commission explicitly approved Kentucky American Water to put in the advanced meter reading, the AMR system?
It's my understanding they did.
Okay. So if the commission approved that, are you aware of the commission ever saying meter reading is the receipt of the communication from the box or from the meter up into the truck and the truck receiving that that's a meter read?
I'm not generally familiar with that, no.
Okay. Would you agree that meter reading a meter is explained or defined or has rules around it in our regulations?
I am. I will.
Okay. And what I'm trying to find out is, are you aware of around the requirement or the act of actually reading a meter, whether the commission changed that post Kentucky American Water receiving or investing in advanced meter reading?
Only to the comments that Ms. Nash made this morning.
Around the inspection, the 1-year inspection date, is that correct?
That's correct.
But that's not about reading, that's about inspecting. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay, so you all are still under a legal obligation, and I'm not asking for your opinion, but it's your understanding you all are under an obligation to read the meters in some periodic time, some time period, right?
I would agree.
And that may be convenient to have that information sent to the truck through a communications module, but are you aware of anything in the regulation that permits that to be the definition of attempting to do a meter read?
I'm not.
Okay. All right, sorry, Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Jeremy. Mr. Lewis, could you turn to the response to AG 1-19? It looks like you provided a breakdown of expired service orders by type of order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it correct that the most frequent type of expired order was repair/install reading device?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the second most frequent type of expired work order was for stop is that stop consecutive estimate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Outside,
Correct.
okay. And then turning back to AG 1-7 subpart C, here you state that the MIU battery has a 20-year lifespan, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And in your response to AG 2-11, you state the depreciable life of the MIU itself is essentially identical with that of the MIU battery, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then in PSC 1-6, we see in your response that the average actual lifespan of KAW's meters is approximately 10 years, like we discussed earlier today.
Correct.
Okay. So is it correct that the company is essentially swapping out new meters at a faster rate than the MIU and its 20-year battery?
It could be, based on the type of meter setup that we have to replace.
Okay. What happens to the MIU used on a meter that is retired before the MIU has reached the end of its life?
Would generally be discarded.
Generally, what, I'm
Be
sorry?
discarded.
Discarded, okay. And looking at your response to AG 2-10, subpart C,
Okay?
starting at the last paragraph on page 2, that response, it's a long one, I'll give you time to get there.
I would ask that any reference to the depreciation study probably be best directed to Mr. Newcomb.
Okay, could I ask a question, and then
Sure.
if you're not able to answer it, then we'll
Sure,
go to
absolutely.
Mr. Newcomb. So here in that subpart C, you state that based on the most recent depreciation study, it appears that Kentucky American's meters have an average 18-year lifespan, correct?
That is what is stated here in the response. Again, Mr. Newcomb would be the best suited to answer questions on this issue.
Are you able to, well, if you can answer this question, let me know. If you can't, let me know. But can you explain the discrepancy between the two figures, 18 years versus the actual 10 years that the company is experiencing?
I can't at this point.
Okay. I mean, maybe look at it from a different angle, a different perspective. Why are the company's ratepayers not getting 18 years of lifespan out of these meters?
I think, again, we've been consistent in that 10 to 15-year time range is appropriate. And then at 15 years, it's my understanding that we're obligated to remove that meter from service. Okay, so that's going to be less, obviously, than the 18 years. I do believe, and it is my understanding, that a subset of some of our existing meters in our inventory in the field are not achieving that 15-year, or that side of that 10 to 15-year range.
Okay. Chairman, that's all the prepared questions I have for this witness.
Counsel?
Mr. Lutz, I believe I just have a couple questions based on some of the answers you gave. I think most of my questions about meters were actually going to be for Mr. Hill. But just along your statement about an expired order does not mean a forgotten order.
No, ma'am.
So I would say that most of the informal complaints are kind of about expired orders that appear to have turned into forgotten orders because they were never addressed with the customers. So what is your, I guess, perspective on that?
I don't have the details of those individual cases. That does, that's more suited to our billing and our customer advocacy group, and would ask maybe to redirect that question to Ms. Hulting or Mr. Sherman.
And then my other question is, you said a lot of the issues about this are actually issues with the MIU failing, right? So it's not transmitting or it's gone bad or?
One of the issues,
Okay.
yes.
So if you note, this person's getting all these estimated reads because their MIU has failed, why don't you all have a system where that person then gets an actual read every month?
Right, so I think it's a good question, and it's gonna depend on why that meter was estimated in the first place. If for some reason, and I'm just using examples, right? If for some reason our access to the meter is prevented, that could be one issue, among others. That meter register may not actually be displaying the numbers, right? That could actually prevent us from physically getting a reading. And so that's an interesting case that maybe David Hill could speak more to clearly, but there are various reasons why that's the case. Again, I'm speaking to the last couple of years, 21, 2020, 22. I would also say that the sheer number, the number of known meters that we're estimating, it adds to the total volume of work, right? And one of the things that we've worked very hard to do, and I do want the commission to understand how hard we've worked to resolve these issues, is, and I think we used the number about 10,000 meters that, we were manually reading. That takes a lot of time. And, we found that we have to be very careful that we're not putting other meter readings that were obtained through AMR at risk of estimation by actually, trying to go out and get the manual readings. I think it is likely, and I think it is possible, there were times when we couldn't physically get to those meters to actually get a physical reading off the meter due to the volume of the other manual readings that we were trying to achieve.
And I appreciate that answer, but the question was, why isn't there a list? This person's MIU has failed. They need a physical meter read every month.
Right, and I believe our system does show which meters are being need a manual read. What I'm saying is that due to that volume, it's possible that we couldn't get there because of the volume of work that we were trying to perform to manually read meters.
And so you believe there is a list somewhere within your system that shows the accounts with MIUs that do not work?
Well, I think that was generally incorporated into our kind of that skip code reference that we provided.
I understand that, but I'm asking, is there a list of the accounts with MIUs that do not work?
I really can't answer that with the data that I have right now.
And so I would ask that as a post-hearing data request to provide that list.
Okay.
And then,
I'm sorry, can I clarify that? So, The posting data request should include lists that exists or have been previously created, not the creation of a new list from a pool of resources. Either the list did exist, and that's the document that's being asked for, or the list didn't exist.
Okay.
But don't go out and create a new list at whole in order just to respond to the question. If the list did not exist before, don't create it now. That's, I just
Is
think.
that listed electronic?
Thank you. Excuse me?
Can you pull that out of the system electronically? It's not a manual.
I would have to ask Mr. Sherman or Ms. Holting.
Okay.
They have,
And
I
then-
mean, they access this data on a regular basis, so they're the best to get the answer from.
And then I have one more question about this, I guess. So if you all now know this MIU does not work, does that meter then get tested as well? Or do you just assume that meter is correct?
It would depend on the code that we're getting. There's skip codes that we're getting from the system. Again, I'm speaking generally. I think Mr. Hill or Mr. Sherman can speak more knowledgeably to that.
Okay. And back to this manual read if the MIU wasn't being transmitted. You are familiar with the regulation that then requires you all to say when you did manually attempt to read it. And so for all these ones that just didn't get around to getting read, is that list available of when you actually went and physically tried to read the meters?
I would have to go back and ask Mr. Sherman or the team to see if we have that information available.
And I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Lewis?
I can.
Okay. All right, so I'm looking at figure 3 in the supplemental response that we received yesterday. Do you have that in front of you?
I think I will shortly. Okay.
And I want to see if there was more than one figure 3. There may have been. Just to make sure we're, okay.
Vice Chair Hatton, I think the figure number changes depending on which response it went to.
Okay.
Because the original response had more or less numbers in it. Is that clear? So
Yep.
if you could say, just so the record's clear, which supplemental response are you referring to? The
Commission-
content's the same,
Commission staffs?
1-6.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then this is on page 2 at the bottom. Ready?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, so the solid blue lines are the scheduled replacements of meters, and the striped blue lines are unscheduled replacements that took place for each year, 2018 through 2022. So I noticed that the unscheduled were a lot more than the scheduled, so I added them up real quick. We had scheduled to be replaced 2018 to 2022, 11,375 meters, and then unscheduled replacements of 25,984 meters, totaling 37,359 replacements, when we had presumably budgeted for 11,000-ish, and then there's well over 37,000 since 2018. Even with that many replacements that have now been done, we are still going to expect that we're going to have a massive meter replacement coming up because they need to be 10 years rather than 15 years. Is that?
I think we've learned a lot over this process, okay? And we see the impact of a very significant single-year replacement program. One of the, we were trying to accomplish a couple things in this, what we're really calling our 24 through 26 meter replacement program. We're trying to address what we are seeing in terms of earlier than expected failures of the existing meters in a subset. I'm not saying it's everything, but we are seeing that. Part of that 80,000 specifically addresses that subset. But we do believe that getting in front of this and replacing, or, you know, that meter group within that time frame is appropriate when, you know, we're at that 10-plus timeframe, service life at this point. We're at, a large group of those meters are coming due, or at that 10-year, 11-year, 12-year timeframe. So we really have two things going on here, where we're trying to address a subset that we know has history of premature failure, right? We're trying to anticipate that and address that with this program, as well as the, you know, what would have normally started to come due in that same time frame. Now, we have tried to spread it out a little bit, so we're not replacing 80,000 in 2024, right, and spread it out a little bit. It makes it easier for us to manage the program, and, you know, that way we don't have as high of a number of meters potentially reading their service life in their next cycle.
So the 37,000 that have been replaced in the last 4 years, I assume those were the worst ones, the most dire need, they got unscheduled replacements. How many more do you think we'll expect, just ballpark, in addition to the 37,000 that have been replaced?
So I think there's a number. I would direct that to Ms. Schwarzel.
Okay.
I think maybe has a better handle on that number.
So, equipment was purchased that was expected to last 15 years, and it has not lasted 15 years, and we're thinking now 10-year replacements. Is it a faulty line of equipment? I mean, is there a lawsuit? Were there warranties? I mean, recognizing that customers will ultimately pay back for equipment, is this like nationwide we're seeing that these meters didn't live up to expectations? Is there a products liability, I mean, a class action? Like, what
Right.
is this understandable that we would have gotten way less value than we expected for this
Right.
equipment?
Well, again, requesting the original deviation for 10 to 15 years, the approach and the value at the time is we believe that that provided value to our customers. With the current group of metering devices that are out there, we are seeing something less than that. In terms of warranties and industry, and what we're seeing across the industry, I would ask that that be directed to David Hill.
Okay. And then, just a general sort of practical question. Ms. Nash testified about a number of actions that have been taken to remedy the situation. You've done the same, told us several different things. Which of these actions has been effective, that you feel like has really started to make a difference? And what still needs to be done so that customers can stop seeing so much inaccuracy in their readings?
Okay, so I would like to address just the terminology of inaccuracy.
Okay.
I'm not sure that a consecutively estimated bill directly equates to an inaccurate bill. You know, when we are able to follow up with an actual meter reading, there is a true-up in that process that Mr. Sherman and Ms. Holton can speak in greater detail to. So I just don't want to characterize an estimate or estimated bill as as an inaccurate bill.
I'll accept that then,
Okay.
and I'll ask it a different way. What actions that have been taken do you see as effective? And
So-
what
so
still
if-
needs to be done to stop us from getting so many complaints?
Right.
And your customers from being so very dissatisfied?
Right. So first off, and if you just give me some time to kind of get through this, it has, I think, several parts. First of all, we really do, Kentucky American Water really does take this very seriously. My job primarily is, my top three concerns: employee safety and public health, treating and distributing potable, high-quality, best-quality water we can to our customers, and customer service. Obviously, this issue, consecutive estimates, falls squarely into that customer service responsibility. That, at the end of the day, is my job, it's my responsibility, as is Ms. Nash's. Catherine and I are relatively new to Kentucky American Water, and I know the company was working on other processes and things that help drive consecutive estimates down after that 2018 timeframe. And I think page think it's page 5, of PSC 1-6, you know, you can, that's reflected in those numbers. Obviously, we did see this, we've seen the increase in 21 and 22, and we've spoken a lot about that today. Again, I'm really speaking to, you know, 21 to the future, because that's what I really have better visibility to and what I'm directly responsible for today. But our ability to order and have meters delivered drastically improves our ability to drive consecutive estimates down. Meters are going to fail every month. That's just the nature of water meters. They're going to fail. Our ability to be able to obtain meters in the sufficient quantity and the time needed to keep up with that failure rate or that LOS rate directly impacts the resulting potential for consecutive estimates. That said, it's more than that. One of the things that I asked my team to really consider, and I've asked American Water as well, you know, as a total company, what institutional changes do we need to make to really address this issue, maintain and monitor this issue in a way that's not solely reliant on Catherine or Andy or someone else in the witness audience today to constantly have our pulse on. Right? I think that's important, is that we have those institutional processes in place to help fix this. So a couple things that we did. One is, you know, as we have seen an increase in the consecutive estimates due to non-reading or transmitting meters, depending on what the situation is, that's directly increased the number of manual reads that we would need to go out to do. And I know my team, in very good faith, has spent a lot of time and effort to try to achieve those manual reads in the billing window that we have. Unfortunately, we realized that the time it was taking to get those additional manual reads for each meter route cycle was putting the other automated AMR reads we had received at risk for estimation, right? So here's a situation where I obtained, I'm just using numbers. I read 90% through AMR, 10% I still have to go out and manual read, but because it took me longer than 3 days to get all the manual reads, the entire route may have been estimated, right? So here's a good example of where, yes, we read the meter. We got meter readings. They're good meter readings. But because of something over here that we were doing, trying to do the right thing, the result, unfortunately, was it actually triggered an estimate. We've changed that process. We've changed that process such that, working with our corporate team, a programming change or a process change was implemented so that our local team can upload the 90%. Let's not put the 90% at risk. That doesn't make sense. So let's get that uploaded, and let's still focus on getting that other 10%. And if we need to manually hold those billing windows open so we can get more of those manual readings done, we now can do that without putting the other 90% at risk. It was a lesson learned, and we have that process in place today. So that's one thing that we've done. Talking about when do we issue service orders, right? So does Kentucky American Water get an alert as soon as we know that, hey, this meter's not reading correctly, this is now month 2 consecutive estimate? What we found is that one of those consecutively estimated or consecutive estimate generated service orders, it wasn't even being issued until month 3. Well, it doesn't help us, right? That's an alert that we could benefit from. That's alerting, but it's happening really at least a month late. We've corrected that. We specifically asked for programming changes in the corporate system that would issue and generate that service order earlier so that we had time to address that, more time to address that as a way to prevent in the future consecutive estimates. At this point in time, I know Ms. Nash spoke about this. When I walked in the door, mid-November 2022, and we really Catherine and I and others really got our heads around how do we really make these improvements? What's really going on? And how do we drive these numbers down as fast as possible? Getting meters in to replace them has been key. And that process is getting better. It's still slow. We are still looking at 3 to 6 month order to delivery windows. Some manufacturers are still 9 months. It is still a challenge. We have made the commitment to stay in front of that. Order enough meters to handle or to address what we now could see as the anticipated premature failures, as well as the normally scheduled LOS program. So we're trying to just be much more proactive in our meter ordering program to stay in front of that. It has taken time to do that. It's taken time to go out and replace almost 7,200 meters directly related to this. There are other improvements that we've made as well in terms of geolocation of meters and some things that I think Mr. Hill could speak to maybe later. But all in all, those improvements over the last several months have dramatically improved where we are today. I think Ms. Nash said we're at 467 consecutive estimates. That's about 0.3% of our total customer meter settings out in the system. But we're not stopping there, and this is where I'd like to maybe go to next. That's still not good enough for us. We can do better than that. That is a very low percentage to our overall customer base, but we can do better than that. And to do better than that means getting in front of what we still see as a projected premature failure group of meters, right, which this 80,000 meters, a subset of that addresses, and starting this replacement, LOS replacement program going forward. One of the things that we think will provide transformative improvement is we think that 80,000 meter program replacement over the next 3 years would be the optimal time to implement AMI. AMI provides more interface with our systems on a regular basis. Right now, AMR, we get kind of a 30-day, we only get to see it every 30 days. AMI provides us and our customers and our call center to have much more frequent touches and feedback from those meter settings throughout the month. We believe that having those alerts and those problems that are generated from those meters identified earlier and not having to wait every 30 days to get that information will drastically help and improve our ability to respond and address those issues going forward. So again, we think that's the next transformative improvement in our metering technology, and something that we think it would be the best timing of that would be this 80,000 meter replacement program to begin next year. Again, that 80,000 meters is more than half of our current meter base.
Thank
And
you.
I just want to point out too that it is still associated with our LOS program itself. So I know that's a lot, but just
No,
wanted
thank
to
you for
give some
those specific
context.
examples. I think that is helpful, the specific ideas that are being implemented.
Just to go back and make sure I'm clear, on the notification, you were saying that you did not receive those until the third month? The alert?
So we receive different alerts.
Okay.
Right, so depending on whether it's a skip code, it's an error reading, it's an actual consecutive estimate, there are going to be different service orders that are generated. And as I stated earlier, this is a situation where one meter for 1 month could have multiple different service orders. And by working one, the others either cancel or we would just let them expire. And they wouldn't be reissued necessarily since we corrected the issue. But one specifically is, there's a higher level priority for that stop consecutive estimate. All right, we talked about that. Even so orders that maybe expire this month and are regenerated next month for the same issue, they're going to go up in priority, and then up in priority and up in priority. That stop consecutive estimate service order has a much higher priority in the queue than these other service orders that we may be working. So we felt that it was important to have that generated at the first consecutive estimate, which would be the second month that we estimated that meter in a row. We wanted visibility to that specific situation as soon as possible from the system, and that's what we asked for that change to be made.
Okay, thank you.
So is it your understanding that that third month, you guys are under an obligation to read pursuant to the regulation, right?
I understand that we're required to obtain a meter reading quarterly.
Okay, so you're saying up until that point, you all weren't even notified timely of that third meter read?
No, I'm saying that there are other work orders that are being generated that would point us to that possibility, but actually obtaining that specific work order to say, hey, you are at risk. In the system, again, our system supports 13 other states, okay, and there are slightly different rules and regulations across the country. But that system was set up to generate that, hey, you have a consecutive estimate or a meter that's been estimated now 3 months in a row. You need to stop and go do something with that. That just didn't work for Kentucky American Water, and that's why we asked for that to be moved forward in time.
So you were one of the respondents to, I believe, AGDR 1-2, which is that Excel spreadsheet that I was referring to earlier. Is that right?
I think we're still trying to get to it.
That's okay. I just want to ask about the Excel spreadsheet. But I've got that witnesses Schwarzel, Sherman, and Lewis were respondents to that.
Okay.
So I'd like, if you could, to look at the Excel spreadsheet, the attachment to that data request. Let me know when you have it in front of you.
I have it.
Okay. So if we could go to the second tab, which is called AG 2-1 2+ without address, or WO address. You on that tab?
I am.
Okay. If whoever can control it can go over to column M, as in Mary. And if they could sort that column from Z to A, and that should result in the data and that populates through the first, whatever it is, 20 cells, 24 cells, whatever shows up on a page that size, should all be 2023 for column M. Do you see that?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay. And column G, if they could, do you see in row 1, the descriptions of the columns?
Yes,
And that column G is consecutive months.
correct.
So is that the number of consecutive months in which there's been an estimated read?
That is my understanding.
Okay. So if we can look over to the right, this data request was responded to on February the 10th. It was requested in January. So you would agree there shouldn't be anything in the month column, column N, beyond 1 or 2 for January or February, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't have information for March, April, and May of this year if it was provided
Oh,
in
correct.
February. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
there
to
should be
ask.
no information past,
Past the date it occurred.
Correct.
Yeah,
I
so,
agree.
so everything in 2023 is either gonna be data from January or February. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so if we could you, whoever can control it, scroll down until we get to the row, and it should be about row 167, to where the information in 2023, either January or February of this year, results in 12 or more estimated consecutive reads. Let me know when you get to the part where it goes from 12 to 11 in row or column G.
Not quite sure we have it sorted correctly here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's gonna be my fault. So it needs to, I'm sorry. So could you first do sort G from Z to A? And then after you've sorted column G from Z to A, then go back to column M as in Mary and sort that from G to A. That's my fault, I'm sorry. Okay, Now, it should be, if we can scroll down, it should be about row 167, 168, where column G moves over from 12 to 11.
I agree.
Okay, is it your understanding that that would indicate that as of earlier this year, in the middle of this investigation, there were in excess of 150 meters in Kentucky American's system with reads in January or February that were estimated, and that was the 12th consecutive month in which that read was estimated?
I would agree.
Okay. So we're gonna ask as a post-hearing data request an update to this document for the most recent month that you have.
Okay.
If we go back and only sort row G from Z to A, that should have the largest number of months of consecutive reading at the top going down. Okay? So for a second ago, when it was just 2023, there was a 60 or 61 month data set. And right now it shows up on page, shows up on row 13 and 14 now, where in January 2023, there were 2 meters with more than 60 months of consecutive reads. Would you agree?
According to this data, I would agree.
How is that possible? I'm sorry, I will withdraw that question.
Right.
Have you all fixed this issue where you have at least 1, maybe 2 meters, where you have 5 years of consecutive estimated reads?
I can't answer that with the data I have right now. We can respond post-hearing to give you that information as part of this request.
Well, let me ask this question. Have you been in a meeting that has ever been discussed since you got there in November of 2022, that you had at least 1 meter out there that has gone 5 years with somebody not reading it? Has that issue come up?
I don't know.
So you all gave us this data. You, in response to the AG, you filed this with the commission.
We did.
Were you previously aware that you had a meter when this was filed and provided with you as a respondent, that you had a meter out there that hadn't been read in 5 years?
Well, it's a consecutive estimated meter for 5 years.
Okay, consecutive estimated meter means it has not been read. Would you agree?
Not all of the time.
Okay. So has this person been sent a bill with a read of their meter?
I don't know. There are situations where specifically, and as an example, an inactive account could receive an estimated bill or have a challenging reading, but there is no account owner.
Are you
That's
sending a
possible.
bill with an estimated read on it?
We typically would not. Not to an inactive account because there's no account owner to send the bill to.
Okay, so you have this data that shows 5 years of estimated readings. Okay. Is this not something, let me ask it this way. Did you know about this before I asked you the question?
I'm aware that we had greater than 12-month estimates out there.
Okay. Why wouldn't you all go to the oldest or longest estimated read and start there first?
Right, and that was our initial response, at least since I've been with Kentucky American Water, to address that. When I say we, I'm talking post-November 2022. That was my direction to my team specifically, is let's address the longest consecutive orders first.
But you
That
don't
should
know-
be our focus.
But you don't know if this one has been addressed.
Yeah, with the information I have in my hand right now, I can't tell you if it's been addressed or not.
So I'm gonna ask for the update of this for the most recent, or just the same chart, just with the more recent months.
Okay.
You have 100, as of January, you had 160, let's call it 67, I think. One row is gone, 166 meters that had more than 1 year with consecutive estimated reads. Would you agree?
I think that's fair.
Okay. You would have received, the company would have received, under the new process, the old process, whatever, 11 different orders, at least, for each one of those months that there was a consecutive read. Would you agree?
It should have, yes.
That's just for the 12-month ones, right?
Right.
And for every month, that should have been a new order. So for the 60 months one, there should have been 60 orders created that there was an estimated read. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. Those orders may have been coming in the 3rd month for the second you know, like you were describing earlier, coming closer to that third read as opposed to shortly after the second consecutive, those could have been under the new process you said earlier, where it's coming earlier in the third month, right? But at some point each month, an order is being created, and somebody, as I was asking Ms. Nash earlier, somebody was on notice about the consecutive reads, correct?
Correct.
You all have the information coming to the utility that there is a problem with being able to read these meters every time one of those orders is created, right?
Correct.
You were talking about the benefits of AMI a second ago. Would you agree it doesn't seem to be necessarily an issue that the company is on notice of the problems, but that it's an issue of dealing with the problems?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. Again, and I'm speaking to, I think it's clear that post 2018, when we had readily available meters to address meters that were failing or had become consecutive estimates, we were driving those numbers down. The COVID-related issues with supply chain have definitely impacted our ability to be able to meet the demands that we're seeing out in the system over the last couple of years. I can't speak to, with the data I have, to say every single order was worked the way that it should be. We're not perfect. But we are addressing what we can with the materials that we have.
When you say meters that were failing, do you consider a meter that is accurately registering usage and accurately displaying that usage on the LCD or however else it is shown on the meter, but otherwise is not communicating through the AMR system as a failing meter?
I would, yes.
Is that a meter that can accurately register usage?
It can.
Can it be read?
In a non-standard format, it can be read.
Pre-2013, from the creation of the first meter that Kentucky American and its predecessors put into the ground until AMR was created, is it your expectation that that meter that I just described would be able to be and should have been read each and every month?
Probably, yes.
So with that, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Would you agree that not being able to, the meter not being able to communicate does not mean that the computer or the meter would not be able to be read? One does not equal the other.
One does not necessarily equal the other.
Okay. Do you equate the two?
I think there's different circumstances, depending on, which account we're talking about. As I've said earlier, there are times when we actually read the meter. The AMR reading worked correctly, the AMR system worked correctly, we read the meter. Maybe it resulted in a problematic, or would have resulted in a problematic bill that we chose to estimate to be able to deal with or determine why that reading was problematic. Right? So there are reasons why we actually estimate even when we have readings. So no, I mean, maybe I'm mixing conventions here, but just because we can't, just with the meter not transmitting the reading does not always mean we can simply go and just read the meter.
But you, in your testimony a minute ago, would describe that meter as a failed meter, correct?
For our normal process. Our process today, Mr. Chairman, is really designed around AMR. It's from a staffing standpoint, from the equipment that we use, we're not geared for manually reading a large subset of meters. We're just not. Our system is built around AMR. So when we're forced to not use the AMR process, it does cause stress on our process, on our staff, on our system. That said, we've still made a significant effort to get out and manually read as many of those meters as we can, but we're not achieving 100% success rate on that.
I just want to make sure that I have an appreciation for, just lastly here, your statement earlier to the vice chair about accurate versus inaccurate. Is it a binary situation, whether a bill is accurate or inaccurate?
Can you explain further?
Well, is a bill for usage either one of the two, accurate or inaccurate? Is there a third or a fourth or alternative option to being accurate or inaccurate?
Well, I think the best way to look at that is, and it's not a play on words, but was it an actual reading or was it an estimated reading? American Water has a really good estimating process built into the programming system, the way that we estimate those bills. And the true-up process helps to ensure that at the end, when we are able to get an actual reading, that our customer is receiving an accurate bill.
So
our presumption is the bills that we're sending to our customers, our presumption is that they are accurate.
right, that's fine, but what you just said was, when you do finally get an actual reading, that it is accurate. Doesn't that necessarily imply that anything other than an actual reading is inaccurate?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so let me just ask this question. Does an estimated bill accurately reflect a customer's usage?
Based off the historical usage, yes.
Okay. Does an estimated bill accurately reflect a customer's usage on that bill?
Based off the historical usage.
Mr. Ingram?
I just want to clear up on that last point. Let's say you have a single customer in Lexington that has actual use in the billing process. Let's say it's me, and I get 12 months worth of bills based on 12 months of actual use. There's a good read every month. And let's say I'm shoveling snow one December and I tear up the MIU, all right? And so Kentucky American meter truck comes by, the AMR process is in place, and it doesn't get a good actual read for me because I've torn up the MIU, all right? The system at that point in time will generate an estimated bill and send it to me. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that estimated bill might not reflect down to the drop exactly what I used that month, but it is based on my historical usage.
From the same time period last year.
Right, and so that accounts for filling up swimming pools in the summer or irrigation in the spring and the fall. Okay. And do you have a high degree of confidence in Kentucky American's ability to derive those estimates for bills in that hypothetical scenario?
I do.
Okay. So then let's say a service truck rolls and fixes the MIU that I have torn up with my snow shovel. Then after that problem is fixed, you'll get an actual read the following month.
Correct.
And so if your estimated read, which is based on history, is off by a gallon, that actual read will true it up, and I'll get billed for that difference the following month, 1 gallon plus or minus.
That's correct.
And all of that leads to reasonable, reliable estimates that are made and then trued up when an actual estimate occurs.
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else, Steph?
I don't want to
tentatively or approximately quantify? Right, that, I mean, would you agree?
I'm
that's
sorry,
like-
can you repeat? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
If you just go to Merriam-Webster, okay, the dictionary,
Okay,
the dictionary definition of the word estimate is to judge tentatively or approximately. Does that mean the same thing as actual?
no,
So an estimated read is not an actual exact reading of what the customer used that month.
I agree with that statement.
Okay, and I don't have anything else.
You'll get an I've never, in my entire time, not given you an opportunity to read the regular Mr. Ingram.
You are
Don't-
100%
Don't
correct.
press it, don't press it now. Vice Chair. Anything else, Mr. Cook?
Just one couple of questions. You mentioned AMI, and I thought you probably were gonna, the company would probably be looking in that direction. Would AMI help in leak detection also?
It would.
And just as an overall concept, leaks, the monetary value of those leaks, unbilled revenue, it gets socialized among the rest of the rate base, correct?
It does. I mean, but AMI, from a leak detection standpoint, is gonna mostly benefit the customer, right?
Okay.
Identifying more accurately and sooner, and letting us know sooner. And in the future, you know, our goal is that our customers would actually be able to interact and see that data at some point in the future. So it really providing them more information, better information, sooner and easier, we think could really be is going to be a transformative improvement to just the whole metering process. But it really impacts the end user, right? To really get that leak, hey, the meter knows, I've been running consistently for this many days, I've never shut off. You know, to send that alert, right now, 30 days, if that technology exists on, and it does on some of our meters, you know, to be able to flag that, we're only doing that every 30 days at best. AMI would provide that information potentially, you know, as much as daily.
Are any of Kentucky American's affiliates using AMI currently?
They are.
Okay. Are you aware of whether the parent company or any of the affiliates have developed like a list of categories, different categories of savings that AMI has brought about?
I really don't. I know Ms. Schwarzel and Mr. Hill could respond to that question.
Could you repeat those names again? I'm sorry.
Ms. Schwarzel, Melissa Schwarzel,
Was that?
she's here,
Okay, thank you.
and Mr. David Hill.
Thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Ultimately, this line of questioning is frankly immaterial as I see it, because it doesn't really matter what one person defines something as or not, right? Is your all's contention, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation, that an estimated bill is not inaccurate because you have faith in the process that it's an accurate estimate?
Yes.
You all are not, though, asserting that an estimate is accurate in the sense that it's reflective of the actual usage in that month, correct?
That's correct.
And that is borne out by the fact, the question you were asked earlier, and you agreed with, from Mr. Ingram, is the reality that, almost without question, the subsequent actual billing deviates from the estimate. Would you agree?
Probable, yes, most probable.
I mean, I would,
Yeah,
I
it's
would
not
think.
gonna be perfect.
I would think it would be amazing if
Right.
with any relative repetition,
Right.
that the actual subsequent reading was exactly what the estimated was. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
So I just want to make sure we get this in the record. When you all take an issue with the use of the word inaccurate, you all are defending your process of estimation, not that the estimation is necessarily exactly in line with what the actual usage was. Would
I
you
would
agree?
That's a true statement, sir.
Mr. Ingram?
And so can you provide, will Kentucky American be able to provide us data that shows the high degree of accuracy of its estimating process? For example, in a post-hearing data request, if we wanted to do that.
I believe that we would be able to do that. Again, I think Ms. Holting could probably respond to that, but my assertion would be yes.
And final question, is it an absolute certainty that in any given month, you're going to have to make estimated, you're gonna have to issue bills based on estimated reads?
That's correct.
And why is that you're gonna have to do that at least a few times in any given month? What are some of the reasons you have to make estimates?
Well, I mean, we've talked a lot about it is normal to see the equipment stop working at a reasonable rate. I'm not saying it's a reasonable rate at this point, but that's just gonna happen no matter what you do out in the system, right? So you're gonna have estimates because of that. One of the things that we really, I mean, and this is probably the most obvious, is weather, right? Weather impacts our ability, even though it's AMR, you know, and I'll just take the unprecedented weather event we had in this past December. It's a great example. You know, we're not going to put our employees at risk to go out and drive routes to collect meter readings. You know, they were routes that we estimated because of that. So there are other circumstances, we would believe reasonable circumstances, that would force us to estimate a meter.
Okay, and then one last question. I'm sorry, I said my last one was my last, this is my last.
I've never trusted an attorney that ever said this is my last question. So you're fine,
Page out
Mr.
of your
Ingram.
book, Your Honor.
You're fine.
You're the best at that.
I know.
Is a customer notified on his or her bill that it is based on an estimated or actual read?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, those are all commission requirements, right? The regulations require that bills indicate whether a reading is actual or estimated. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
And the regulations don't require actual meter reads every month. Would you agree? Well, let me ask it this way. You would agree
No, I would
that
agree.
the
It's
regulations
required quarterly,
require quarterly, not every month, not even every month, but at least quarterly, right?
at least quarterly.
Would you agree that that pretty much assumes that it's not going to be possible to do it every single month?
I believe so.
In your experience, is quarterly a reasonable expectation that you should be able to get an actual meter read from every electric, gas, water, sewer customer in the state should at least get an actual meter read every quarter?
I think it's the right goal.
Yeah.
I
Within the
don't-
utilities
my-
control, I'm sorry, I should have caveated, the regulation requires within the utilities
Within the
control.
utilities control. There are definitely things outside of our control that could push us outside of that quarterly read, but it's the right goal.
Yeah, and I had a question for you earlier, and I want to ask it now. It's within the utilities control. If you all have a customer that you cannot access their meter and therefore are having to, and you can't communicate with the meter, and therefore you're having to continue to estimate, do you all not have policies or procedures either approved by the commission or in our regulations that allow for you to take actions to ensure you get an actual meter read?
So each situation is going to be unique. You know, the biggest, I would say the most realistic option in most cases, and one that we rarely take, and I couldn't point to when we've done this last time, is to physically discontinue the service, right? That's obviously not something that we want to do. We don't think that's in the public or customer's interest. But it can be very challenging to communicate with those customers who don't want to communicate with us. Or, you know, there's various other issues, but yes, there are tools for us to use in our regulations and tariff. We just try very, very hard not to use that one.
Yeah, and if you've got estimated meter reads that are within or without your control, doesn't matter what I'm about to ask, that are 12 months, 20 months, 40 months, 60 months out, that impacts your ability to accurately estimate, right? Because their usage behind the meter could materially change within that 12, 20, 40, or 60-month time period. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And that could be, 2 times, 5 times, 10 times more water running through that meter. You're estimating at the old usage, insofar as you don't recover after the fact, the amount that person actually used, that's gonna be a loss that ultimately likely gets reflected in subsequent rate cases. Would you agree?
You know, it's a possibility.
Bad debt, is it your understanding that bad debt expense is generally used in determining a revenue requirement in a rate case?
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Newcomb.
I'll ask Ms. Schwarzell, that's fine.
No, nothing further.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
We'll take a
Thank you,
short
Chairman.
recess, and then we'll go to probably about 12:45, 12:50, and then we'll take a lunch then. Okay. We'll
Ms.
take
Swarzell will be
sh-
next.
a short recess for 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
we're back on the record in case number 2022-00299. Mr. Ingram, would you have to call another witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Melissa Schwarzel, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Melissa Schwarzel, and my address is 1 Water Street, or my business address is 1 Water Street in Camden, New Jersey. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Mr. Ingram?
Ms. Schwarzel, could you state your job title, please, at American Water?
My job title is Senior Principal Finance.
And were you identified as the responsible witness on several data responses that Kentucky American has filed on this matter?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to any of those data responses?
I have 2 small corrections. As we were looking at AG 1-2 today, I realized in the body of the response that we said that this was estimated billings, and as we've been looking at that spreadsheet, that was the estimated meter readings. I don't think we were able to get estimated billing data until our supplemental responses to PSC 2.5. So there's 2 times. In this one, AG 1-2, and the other one I could find was in PSC 2.6, where we refer to a response as estimated billings when it's estimated meter readings and periodic meter reading orders. So I'm sorry for the error. I just saw it, so.
And so,
Yeah, can you ask the question to explain the distinction between the two? Yeah.
Sure, no, thanks for asking. So those estimated meter readings, when you see second, third estimate, what that is that's the periodic meter read order that gets issued that lets the meter readers know what they need to go out and do. When something goes wrong with that order, and that can be, that really is everything that you see in PSC 1.3. So that's all those skip codes. Maybe there was a weather event, maybe we were just unable to get the read, maybe there was alphanumeric data, maybe there was an error code. All of those things are when a periodic meter reading order doesn't work for one reason or another. In terms of bills, also in PSC 1.3, we sort of talk about some of these differences if that helps. So sometimes you get a periodic meter reading order on a vacant premise, and that wouldn't generate an estimated bill. Sometimes you have a successful read in the field, but the billing team flags it and says we're not going to bill that until we do further investigation, and that would still result in an estimated bill even though you had an actual read. So the data sets they're similar, but they're a little bit different.
And 1-2, AG 1-2 represents estimated billings or estimated meter readings?
That's that periodic meter reading order that resulted in us saying we have an estimate code on this order.
So is the universe, I'm sorry, Mr. Ingram, but is the universe of estimated billings or estimated meter readings larger?
They're very similar, so, but they're not exact. If you look at PSC 1.2, so that's where we gave all those tables of month by month. On the left side, because there was this ambiguity, we just provided both. So on the left side, there was bills, and if you totaled up the universe of estimated bills, I think that was from Jan 18 to September 22, you would have seen that there was about 230,000 estimated bills flagged as being in those calendar periods. On the meter readings, we were at about 208,000. Now, you might get differences in calendar periods and things that throw that off a little bit. There's reasons you might have a meter read order that's estimated that wouldn't kick off a bad estimated bill. There's reasons you might have an estimated bill that wasn't from an estimated read. So they are slightly different, but you can see that there's a fairly strong relationship.
Okay. Does an estimated, so if you have, let's just take an example.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you finish, Mr.
no,
Ingram.
this is exactly what we wanted to bring.
If you have a dozen months consecutive estimated meter readings, which is what AG 1-2 represents, does that indicate that customer, the data set in 1-2, that they received an estimated bill each and every one of those months?
It's likely, but it's not certain. So again, a vacant premise, we go out and we read every single meter every month, but we only bill active accounts. So anything that was an estimated meter read that was for something vacant wouldn't result in an estimated bill. PSC 13 walks through some of this stuff, so if you happen to have that DR, it talks about the fact that at least 12,000 of the skip codes we could readily identify as being attached to a vacant premise. So that can happen. I'm gonna turn this
So
off
let me
for a
ask
second.
this,
It's
let me
flashing
just
at me.
very clearly ask this question. Do you have the data available to replicate AG DR 1-2 for estimated billings, consecutive estimated billings, as opposed to what it provides, which is consecutive estimated meter readings?
Good question. So PSC 25 provides almost exactly that same data set, except it's filtered for 3 or more. So we could rerun PSC 25 for 2 or more if you would like.
3 or more, I think, gets it. I just want to make sure. So you're saying that the Excel spreadsheet provided in response to PSC 2-5, filed in March, provides consecutive estimated billings.
Correct.
Okay.
But you can have circumstances, I know it's confusing, but you can have circumstances either way where a read that didn't work out. I mentioned the vacants. The other thing is the billing team can create what's called a read for billing order. It's RBL. And if they do that, that actually goes to a field service representative, not a meter reader, and they have the opportunity to attempt to get a read, like you were talking about. Go out there, manually look at it, see if we can get a read before that turns into an estimated bill. And the company completed, from Jan 18 to September 2022, about 25,000 of those orders. So we are able, in some cases, we might have 200,000 times when the meter reading order failed, but we can have vacant premises, and we can have time when we're able to go out and clean it up. And then we can also have times when the billing team looks at the read and says, I'm just not gonna bill that right now, I'm gonna estimate until we can figure it out. So there can be disconnects, but hopefully that helps.
It does, but I guess I remember looking at 2-5 and thinking it provided something a little different, because it does provide it in a different format. I'll wait to ask the question again, Mr. Ingram.
No, I have nothing else. Ms. Shorthill is available for cross-examination.
It's continued
For further
cross-examination.
cross-examination.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions for you, Ms. Schwarzel. Are you aware of any data showing the average meter life expectancy in the water utility industry?
I wouldn't be the right witness for that. I'm sorry, I'm not an engineer.
Okay, who would be?
Mr. Hill would be a good resource for that question.
And I didn't quite hear that, could you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hill would be a good resource for
Hill.
that question.
All right. I don't know if you know this one either. Are you aware of any data indicating the industry average for consecutive estimated meter reads?
Again, I don't know. Mr. Hill may be able to help with that as well. Or if he can't, we could take it into post-hearing DR and look.
Okay, I might just do that, yeah, if Mr. Hill cannot. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Counsel?
Are you involved in the preparation of the rate case that has just filed the notice of intent? I believe it's 23-191.
I've been involved in some of the discussions, and I've worked to some extent with the engineering team that's working on that meter replacement plan, but I haven't been preparing any financial exhibits.
So do you have an estimate of what these, because the testimony from Ms. Nash was that there's 80,000 meters that are going to need to be replaced, and just making the assumption that will be included in the rate filing. And so what is the estimate that you all have talked about that is going to be requested for those 80,000 meters to be replaced?
So I'll answer that in two pieces. So the first is that meter replacements aren't something that you can just do like this. They take time. So those 80,000 meter replacements are starting in part now. Again, we told you we put it in about 7,100 meters. Probably a decent portion of those come out of that 80,000. It's that aging meter stock. The remainder, we would be looking at 2024 to 2026. So this is really almost a 4-year life to get all this work done is our anticipation. In terms of what's included in the case, it certainly wouldn't be going out 4 years to my understanding, but Mr. Newcomb could answer more questions about the test year, for example.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Vice Chair? Commissioner? Yeah, big picture question.
Sure.
A water treatment plant, just think of it over here, a meter over here. Water treatment plant is kind of a large asset. If it has to retire or is retired by the utility as a single asset prior to it being fully depreciated, if it has a lot of unrecovered value left on it and it has to retire, as a general matter, the year it's retired, is that expensed unless deferral accounting is approved for like a large major asset?
I don't know that we've had any instances of that, so I don't know what the answer would be.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand because under the USOA or whatever it may be, a GAP even, USOA, gas utilities, electric utilities, like if you retire a power plant with excess value left on it or undepreciated value left on it, as a major plant account, right, that has to be expensed in the year that it's retired if it's not fully depreciated. You can seek a regulatory asset for it and have it recovered over some subsequent life. Are you aware of any assets that are of that size that water utilities deal with that if retired early, technically retired by the utility early, that the undepreciated value of that asset gets expensed in that year unless deferral accounting is approved?
I don't recollect an instance like that in Kentucky in recent memory to the extent that I've been involved.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because you all are, when you take a meter out of service and effectively retire it, with group accounting, you don't expense the undepreciated value of that meter, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you all install, and I'm doing an extreme, but if an electric utility installs 1 million meters and then takes them out of service and replaces them a year later, the undepreciated value of those removed and retired meters is not expensed by the utility. Is there any other, if not expensed by the utility, is there any other impact in terms of accounting to the utility's bottom line for taking those out of service well before they're fully depreciated?
So I think you described mass asset accounting. So under almost all circumstances, when you take an asset out at the end of its useful life and retire it, no, there's not a P&L impact.
No P&L impact, okay. And is that just because the entire account is depreciated, and if insofar as it fluctuates, you're just recovering the entire mass asset account over a certain time period and not individual assets depending on each one of their individual lives?
I think the purpose of mass asset accounting is to account for the variability that you can have, but I can't necessarily speak to the drafters of the uniform system of accounts.
That's fair. I'm just really asking about the application of it, right? And so insofar as the entire account, the entire meter account right now is being depreciated over approximately 18 years, which is I think what the response was, the approved depreciation rate for meters. That's usually based off of the expectation of the life of the meters. Would you agree?
I think that depreciation issues are complex. I think in the deviation case, if I read the order correctly, we were instructed, for example, that 5/8" meters, which are our most common meter, may not stay in the ground past 15 years. So I don't think that 18 years could be a simple pool of just meter life. I think it has to do with how many assets you group in. I believe that Mr. Newcomb is a witness on the DR response that deals with depreciation, so he'd probably be the best one for any further questions on that. Or we could deal with some of that in post-hearing DR, as we did consult with our consultant on depreciation matters.
Yeah, but the 15 years was about testing the meter. Would you agree?
That's not what I read. I read that there were two different sections of that order. So there was one section of the order clause that said or one number, I'm not a lawyer, forgive me, but one number that said something to the effect of, Kentucky is permitted to keep the meters, in service for 15 years without testing. And then I believe that there was also something subsequent that said that they should be removed by 15 years.
Removed,
Removed.
but do you remember the order saying that they had to be retired, they couldn't be refurbished, they had to be removed, and if gotten rid of, they had to be kept for at least 3 months after removal? Do you remember that from the order?
I think I saw that.
Okay, but do you remember anything about refurbishment or reuse or anything like that? Just
No, I
removed?
don't recall it verbatim.
Okay. What? Until whatever the depreciation rate is for the master plan account for meters, until that is changed, they will, even if you receive a CPCN for AMI and you install AMI, even if you go out and get manual read meters that expected to last 40 years, that plan account will continue to depreciate whatever the value of the mass account is at a rate equal to the at the previous rate approved by the commission. Is that right?
I believe that's right. I believe that we'll be looking at a prior month's UPIS balance, and then we'll be multiplying that by whatever the last approved depreciation rate was for that account,
Yep.
up until that rate is reset.
And it doesn't matter if you all go out and buy 80,000 replacement AMRs or manual reads, or you get a CPCN for AMI, whatever it may be, the depreciation rate is whatever it was most recently set by the commission. Do you all change the depreciation rate without commission approval? That's what I'm trying to make sure it gets clear in this
I
case.
don't believe so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ingram?
I have nothing further. No, we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Roselle. And sorry, and I need to clarify because I assume I'll see you at some other point. Is it Schwarzel or Schwarzel?
Oh my gosh, you said it right the second time, which puts
Okay.
you in, the 1 out of 1,000. I respond to a wide variety of anything that sounds vaguely similar, so.
Okay, Schwarzel.
Schwarzel, you got
Okay,
it.
all right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ingram?
Our next witness is Dave Hill, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Hill. My business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey.
Mr. Ingram, you can ask.
Mr. Hill, would you please state your job title and your employer?
My job title, I work for American Water. My job title is Senior Director of Meter Operations.
And were you identified as the responsible witness or a responsible co-witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in this case?
I was.
Do you have any corrections to any of those data responses where you were identified?
I don't.
Mr. Hill is available for cross.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, I'm just, this thing got turned off. I don't know.
Oh, okay, you need some time.
I'm sorry. It was flashed on me.
Oh, okay.
I think there's a little button here.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
That should it'll take just a second. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Got some questions for you. Were you in the room when, for the questioning of Ms. Schwarzel and Mr. Lewis?
I was, yes.
Okay. So earlier you heard that we, among the different participants here today, some questions were posed about the unscheduled meter replacements. Do you recall that?
I do recall, yeah.
Okay. And in the response to AG 2-7, it appears that the total number of annual unscheduled meter replacements represents 4% of all meter replacements. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that unscheduled replacement rate in line with industry norms, to your knowledge?
It is, yes. Within range, depends how you define within range, but yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any kind of studies or analyses in that regard that depict that industry norm?
Well, how we, derived the response, what we basically did is we looked at all of American Water, all of our states, all of our districts, and compiled the data for all a similar definition of early removals. And, that removal rate across all of American Water is about 3%. So 4% was in line, it was at the high end, it's not, not what we would have planned for, but within range.
Okay. So then, if I understand correctly, based on what your response is, that there's no one document or study, but you did query different databases to derive that information?
Yeah, we look at that quite regularly and very carefully.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Those all your questions, Mr. Cook?
Got a couple more.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I had to piece together a few of these because other people had referred them to Mr. Hill. Let's see. So were you also in the room when we had a discussion about basically how the meter and MIU work?
Yes.
Okay, and I think one of the witnesses said that basically the MIU unit is separate. And then in the response to AG 2-11, the response indicated that the depreciable life of the MIU itself is identical with that of the MIU battery. Is that your understanding too?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of any data indicating the average meter life expectancy in the water utility industry?
Just what I had previously mentioned, just in terms of what we're actually seeing across our, 3.3 million meters.
And that's among the American Water affiliates, right?
Yeah, all of it, yep.
But you're not aware then of any of the broader entire industry?
No, I'm not aware of any data that, across the entire water industry.
Okay. And are you aware of any data indicating the industry average for consecutive estimated meter reads?
Not across the entire industry. I certainly have the data for all of American Water.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be, I don't think that was in the record here, but certainly something we can provide to you.
Yeah, if you could produce that, I think I will ask that as a post-hearing data request. Is it like in a particular study, or is it just in volumes of documents, or how is that?
As Ms. Nash said, we've invested tremendous amount of effort in terms of understanding our operations and so we've developed a very sophisticated analytics platforms that we can readily, query data and see how we're doing.
Okay. Well, I will ask that, okay, so we'll see what we get. I do have, Chairman, several questions based on information that was provided in what was once confidential. And I just wanted to clarify with you and perhaps with Mr. Ingram that essentially, that it is no longer confidential. It's the two documents produced in response to AG 1-20. So are those no longer confidential?
You have to give me a second, Mr. Cook. 500 cases a year, you're gonna have to work with me here.
Totally understand.
We have, for our position on that, Mr. Cook, the commission denied confidential treatment
Yeah.
for those documents a few days ago.
Yeah.
The commission's order allows for Kentucky American the opportunity to oppose that decision or seek clarification of it. We've not made that decision yet. And so it's my understanding they stay confidential until that time passes under the commission's order.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I had an appreciation for the day that the actual order went out. Because the day it was drafted is not always the day it was signed, and the day it was signed is not always the day it goes out the door. So the order was just entered this week, and the ordering paragraphs, I think, require, and I think it's in line with the 20 days following service of the order that aligns with the rehearing statute. And so as a general matter, I think our practice has been that we keep it confidential until the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the rights of the applicant who had their petition denied expire. And so if you have questions about that confidential version, we'll take those questions in a confidential session. I
Okay.
will say, I just throw this out here for processing this. I was planning on taking our lunch recess at about 12:50 today. We have a committee meeting that I would like to make at the General Assembly, or it's not the General Assembly when it's not in session, whatever, an interim committee meeting today at 1 that I would like to at least try to attend the majority of. That's about 5 minutes from now, Mr. Cook, and I know I've been talking for 51 seconds, but with that being said,
I think I can do it because, well, maybe
I
we
wanna
better
give
not
you-
to play it safe, maybe
yeah,
we better.
I want to give you all the opportunity, everybody's going to get an opportunity, and I don't want you to feel rushed with the questions that you have. And let's go in and take a second to go in. So it may be the best time to go ahead and just take our recess now for lunch. We'll take about an hour recess and come back. And then when we come back, we'll come on the formal record.
Okay.
You'll be able to move on to, we'll start on the normal record. We'll move over to the confidential record, and then I'll give you an opportunity to ask your questions of Mr. Hill. Is that right, Mr. Hill? Ask your questions on the confidential record. Then we'll go ahead, and as you know, you can ask the questions, see if staff have any, commissions have any. If you'd like to ask, redirect on the confidential for the confidential portion, and then we'll move back onto the public record to see if you have anything else. Do you have any questions that are not confidential for Mr. Hill?
No, that's all I have on
Okay.
the public record.
Staff, do you all have any questions for Mr. Hill?
Chairman, the only questions I had for Mr. Hill do relate to that confidential document, so.
Okay, great. So that maybe we can knock the rest of your testimony out, Mr. Hill, when we come back, and we'll go into confidential session. To be useful, Tom, is there anything we can do in the next few minutes before we go?
I don't believe so.
No, Your Honor.
Is that fine with you, Mr. Ingram? Of course. Great. All right, so we will take a short recess until approximately 1:50, and then we'll start back up again, and we'll come back to you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Thank you,
In
Chairman.
recess. back on the record in case number 2022-00299. Mr. Cook, it's my understanding that you'd like to ask some questions on the confidential record, is that right?
Yes, Chairman.
All right, we will move on to the confidential record then. back on the public record. Mr. Cook, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Hill?
No further questions for the public record.
Ms. Temple?
No, sir, I don't have anything else.
I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Hill. Mr. Ingram, any redirect at all?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hill. At your convenience, Mr. Ingram, you may call your next witness.
The next witness is Roderick Sherman. He goes by RJ.
Mr. Sherman will have to suffice for today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Roderick Sherman. My address of where I work is 2300 Richmond Road.
Mr. Ingram?
Mr. Sherman, could you please state your job title?
Manager of Operational Excellence.
And were you the identified witness or co-witness on some of the data responses that have been filed in this matter?
I was.
Do you have any corrections to any of those data responses?
No corrections at this time.
And if I could go just ask another couple of questions of him, Your Honor, as you mentioned, I would be able to do this morning. Do you recall when Mr. Lewis was on the stand, he got some questions about service orders, and he answered a lot of those, but he did defer some of those to you. Is your memory correct on that?
Yes.
You saw that happen?
Yeah.
Are you the best person of the remaining witnesses that have not testified today to answer any further questions about service orders?
I am.
Okay. And then, do you remember from this morning some of the questions that the chairman had about consecutive estimates in one of the Excel files that have been ongoing for quite a long period of time, anywhere from 2 years to nearly 5 years?
Yes, I do recall that.
Have you had a chance, since those questions were asked, to look at those situations that the chairman asked about?
I have had an opportunity to look at them.
And did you draw any conclusions, or can you give us any context today before your cross-examination occurs about what you're able to find out since those questions were asked?
Yes. Wanted to revisit specifically, I think it was AG 1-2. There was an Excel file that was attached, that was an attachment for that DR. It was pretty clear as I was sitting in the back that there was a lot of concern in the room regarding the sheer number of estimates that had been 12 months or plus. I think that came to the order of about 148 records. What we can do is, I would like to open that Excel file back up and point out a couple things, just again, to provide some context to that Excel sheet. So if you recall, we were asked to kind of look at column N, filter for 2023, and also look at column N and go to January. And what I want to point out as well is if you filter from the largest to the smallest, look at column G. Column G, excuse me, column G had all those consecutive estimates about how long they are. I think there was one that was mentioned that had been over 5 years. The other part that I want to just bring some attention to, and I know there was a request for a subsequent DR, so we could definitely highlight it in that DR as well, is when you look at column J contains what would be contract account numbers if those meters had an active account that was associated with it. When you look at the 148, I would like to point out that about 88% of those are vacant. So there were only about 18 accounts with 12 or plus estimates. We did find 3 accounts that did have 24 or more, and the longest was about 30 months. Now, again, we don't want to, I want to acknowledge the fact that there are some that were still a lot longer, and in those cases, we did not address them in that quarter. Again, we will, I think, provide a little bit more context as to why they took that long. We'll have a better understanding. But I do want to just highlight the fact that a lot of those accounts, when you look at the sheer number of them, were vacant accounts. And from our perspective, we're not going to spend a lot of our resources for the best interest of our customers to address some of those consecutive estimates on inactive accounts. But one thing that I do just want to also, again, I know Mr. Lewis had explained some of the processes we put in place to provide some more insight onto those accounts. And what I am also stating is, in my position, I will work with the operations team and Mr. Lewis on addressing those accounts that are still outstanding and that are still over those 12 months and making sure that we prioritize. I just wanted to provide some context that not all of those 148 accounts were for customer accounts. They were on meters, just not active accounts.
And so when you say, just to make sure the commission understands, when you say a vacant account, what you mean by that is there's no customer there. There's an account there, there's a meter there that you're estimating maybe, but there is no customer there. So there, the chairman's question was, so were you sending out bills for those accounts, at least the ones you've talked about here today that are vacant accounts? There were no bills going out because there's no customer there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that what we would call probably a vacant premise, not a vacant account, because there's not an existing account on those. So we would say those were inactive.
Thank you. That's all I had on the redirect on that point. So Mr. Sherman is available for cross.
AG has no questions.
Ms. Temple, Ms. Tyson?
Yes. Just getting started, since you were just talking about this, and forgive me if I appear to not understand this, because I don't. I don't understand why you would have anything coming in about an inactive account. Like why is that meter being read? Why is it on the route? Why is there anything for all of these accounts that you're saying are inactive?
That's a great question. For a couple different reasons, I'll just name a couple examples. So we might monitor a meter that does not have an account for maybe active usage, but there's not an active account on there. And so for those reasons, we want to investigate why is there usage on a meter, because at that point, it's non-revenue water at that point. So we will try to contact who is, I guess, the inhabitant of that premise to tell them that they need to set up an account. Other reasons, again, there might be usage, and again, to keep down some NRW numbers, we may look at those accounts as well to say, hey, is there something going on? Do we need to shut it off, or whatever the case may be? If we find that there is an inhabitant, we will turn it off, instruct that person to set up service. But again, we do monitor the usage just in case there is usage when there shouldn't be. So we do monitor it for those reasons, like I said, for 2 examples.
Again, I just, because one of the informal complaints that I was going to ask you some questions about deals with this issue, but why were you registering usage for 60 months, but there's no one there, according to what you just said?
No,
Not necessarily that one, but let me get to one it is. I'm sorry. It's in the 4th data request about, she had lived there for over 2 years, and your response was, it was inactive. We had usage there, but it was inactive. So it took us 2 years to figure out that there was a person living there. Why?
Ms. Temple, was there a specific data request in number 4? You can
I'm
point
sorry, let me
Mr.
pull
Sherman
it
to.
back up. Mr. Sherman is the one that responded to it.
Yes.
Alina Williams, data request item 9.
Thank you.
so I think this one was in normal conditions. Again, what I state is we would notice that there was an account that had, inactive account that had active usage on it. We would shut it off and send a letter to that premise informing them that, hey, they do not have an active account and they need to sign up for service so that way we could turn the water back on. In this case, it happened during COVID, which again was not during normal conditions. There was a moratorium on shutoffs. And so in this case, we did send letters, but again, if you are not turning off the water, which is usually what prompts a customer to call in to set up service so they can get their water turned back on, that would not occur. So it was a little bit more difficult to find out who was that there was an active resident at this premise. And so in this situation, we sent out notifications to that premise advising the resident to sign up for service, and that had not happened. What we also, in that same sense, I think in the response, you'll see that there were orders also created to shut off the meter, but we did not shut off those meters because we were not working those order types. Once the moratorium was lifted, again, we did go out there, work the service order. That's when we did find that the customer called in, as is typical in normal conditions, and they called in, provided their lease, and we did a move-in for that customer.
So the footnote says that that moratorium was lifted on October 19th, 2020. And her water didn't get shut off till 2022. But it was apparently there was something being transmitted every single month because you were able to backfill her for 2 years.
I can't speak to why the order wasn't worked, but I can speak to why it wasn't shut off initially. Because again, it was during the moratorium. What we are trying to do is inform the customer that, hey, you have active usage, and to please call in. I can't speak to as to why it was not worked.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of my questions then. In your response to staff's first data request, number 1, you answered that there are customer education programs that are ongoing to inform the customers about some of their remedies or whatever you want to call it. What actually is that outreach?
Give me one moment. Are getting that pulled up?
I didn't hear you, Ms. Temple. Are you in PSC 1-1?
Yes. It's on page 2 of 5 of that attachment. We have continued to provide customer education on how to protect radio read devices, utilizing radio ads and interviews, and then it goes on from there. So I just was asking, how could you explain that outreach and what exactly is being done?
So, can you go back to the original top? Let me go back to the question here. Provide a copy of all prepared. So in answering this DR response, it did say provide a copy of all the reports, and that's what we did to answer this DR. We did provide reports. I can't say that I know what outreach was done at that time. I would have to defer to our external affairs, but in answering this DR, I just want to highlight that it did ask to provide reports that was being done at that time. Unfortunately, I do not know what outreach was being done at that time.
I guess I would like to know, as a post-hearing data request, what kind of outreach was done in the community to let customers know what was going on and what options they had.
We can get that for you.
In that data request response, or that first set, it talks about the customer's bills state on them whether it's an estimated read or an actual read. How does that work for customers that are on paperless billing? Do they get that same information? Is it presented in a different way? How does that work?
So customers get an electronic version of what we would see as far as a paper bill. It's exactly the same, except for they will get it in an electronic version. They'll get a link in their email that will take them to their online profile where they can download a PDF version of their bill. So again, it's the same exact bill, it's just accessed electronically versus being mailed out to them.
Okay. And then we've had some testimony here, and I think this was referred to you, but if not, it might have been Ms. Holtling, about after there's these 2 consecutive estimated reads, a letter gets sent out to the customers. Is that correct? Is after
It depends on the scenario.
Okay.
If it's an inside set, then yes. If it's an outside set, no.
Okay. My question is though, how does this letter get generated? Is it just the system flags, oh, this is their second one, they get a letter? Or does someone at Kentucky American review the data, looks at it, and says this person needs a letter? Is it an automated process, or is there staff present that looks at it all?
To my knowledge, it is automatically generated.
Okay. So does anyone at Kentucky American then get like a list each month of who was sent a letter?
Majority of our meters are outside sets, and so I'm not discounting that there are not inside sets that do get this letter. But we don't get a list, and I'm sure we can ask or request for that, but we don't get a list of who was all sent that letter. Now, what I will say is there are notifications that there's an inside set, because the field operations team does have to work with that customer to get access. And so that letter will prompt them, and I do believe in the manual review, they will get what we would call a BPIM, but to notify them to work with the customer to get access, to get an order scheduled, so that way they can have access to the inside and change the meter. So there may not be somebody, I don't know exactly who, but there is a process where somebody will get a BPIM request to work and with that customer to get something scheduled, get an order scheduled so they can have access to the inside meters set.
Okay, so if there's not like a list for each month or each quarter, whatever, however you want to do it, however you want to say it, if there isn't this list, then how does anyone know that every person got followed up with that received that letter?
So in the BPIM, in our BPIM process, and again, that's a business process exception management, I think is what it stands for. That is assigned to a specific person. So it may not necessarily be a list that goes out. Now you can run reports and generate a list, but because that's specifically being assigned to somebody, they have to close it out. They have to, I almost think of it as a work order for an office employee when I think of BPIMs. When you have a work order out in the field, you get instructions on that you need to do something, and then you have to close that order out. A BPIM is very much similar in that respect, that you're going to get some sort of order type in the system for an office employee that gives them a set of instructions, and then from there they do have to close it out.
And I guess that's the part I want to know. How do you know it gets done?
Because it will show a completion.
But who checks that at the end of whenever, the month, the quarter, the whatever, the fiscal year? How does then that get confirmed that that customer was talked to and their problem was solved?
Understood. So our customer advocate group will look and say all BPIM types, not just one BPIM type. We look at all BPIM types, and if there are any running late, we will inform that department, we will inform that group until those orders are closed out. So our group will monitor to make sure that those BPIMs are closed. Now, do we go through every individual one? Our group does not do that, but we do make sure that, hey, has that order been completed? Again, it's very similar to a work order. You may not look at every single work order to see, hey, what were the results of that work order, but was it completed? we do look at that and to make sure that, hey, and if it's incomplete or there's additional steps that need to be done, the field ops group will work together to address that next step. But again, majority of our, like I said, I do want to highlight the fact that majority of our meter sets are outdoor sets versus the indoor sets.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to that fourth data request, the responses to the fourth set of data requests. And the first kind of part of that talks about this Herald Leader article that was published. And I know we've gone round and round about inaccurate and estimated, and you all don't believe it's inaccurate, but what actually, how does this true up actually happen?
So I want to address two items here in that question, because I know we referred to the DR4-1. And DR4-1 is going to talk about a different item, which is not in conjunction with consecutive estimates. In this DR response, I want to just clarify that part first. It's talking about our meter route initiative that was put into place. And this is where we are rerouting our meters to be able to read them more efficiently. Okay. And I think we do highlight the fact that there were some customers that did not get that initial bill. And so they did get about 1,000 plus customers. They did not get one bill generated in 1 month. And so they did get a subsequent bill for 2 months worth of usage, but it wasn't an accurate month. So I just want to highlight that the Herald Leader, that article is kind of looking at that meter reroute issue. That, to your point.
I understand that. I understand that, but it specifically says, your answer says inaccurate and estimated are not the same thing. And we have already gone over that. We don't need to rehash all that. But I want to know, so they had this estimate and now you're going to true it up. How does that happen? What steps are taken internally?
Internally. So if we're talking about the billing process itself, I do want to defer to Heather on that, but I'll say the field operations portion of it is that if there is an estimate, we'll get a read in between those 2 dates where there was an actual versus the estimate, and you get an additional read, it's going to true up what's the actual read between that estimate and the second read. What happens from the billing standpoint, again, I do want to defer to Heather on that. But as far as what's the process, that's the first step of the process, to get a readout in the field.
Okay. And so, for Miss Owens, who was mentioned in that 4-1, you say hers was estimated, and then there was a service order, but then she got more estimates. So what happened?
So in this scenario, just as you mentioned, Miss Owens was estimated. We did go out and get an actual read, which was able to true up the reading, and the following month we got another estimate. When our field service rep goes out in the field, what they try to do is go through a series of different checklists to say, hey, why did it estimate in the first place? And so part of that process is using a handheld to verify, hey, can I get a read through my handheld? Because if it works through here, it should work through the meter truck as well. So as they go through those processes, that field service rep is going to have the best knowledge on, hey, should that meter be changed, or is it operating, to their knowledge, is it operating correctly? So in this scenario, they did feel like it was, but again, it ended up estimating again, right? So as we kind of get to the end of, again, it's a very long DR, but as we kind of get to the end of that, we end up doing a meter change because, hey, we are noticing that it is not operating correctly, and so that's why the meter change did occur. There are many different reasons, again, that why did we not get a meter read in the first place? That does occur, and just in this situation, I think the field service rep was under the impression they could get a read, and that the meter was working correctly, ended up changing the meter subsequently.
So it says estimations continued until March 2023 because of human error. So what happened?
So part of the meter reading process is that our system will recognize a new meter number. The way it locates how to differentiate that the read it's getting is from this particular meter is because we enter in information that says, look for this meter number, and really specifically, look for this endpoint number. So if it is off by a digit, it is looking for either a endpoint that doesn't exist because the number is incorrect. And in this scenario, they had to understand that through investigation that the wrong meter information was put in incorrectly. So that's where we talk about meter data. Even when a meter change is done, sometimes we have in the estimation process, you'll have a manual review from our ops specialist who will try to look at that data to make sure, hey, does it match? Is it matching what's in the FSR's notes? And so in this scenario, the human error was that the wrong information was entered in initially when a meter change was completed. And for those reasons, our system could not find the meter that it was looking for because the wrong meter number was entered in. The wrong meter number was entered on that service order.
So, could you provide post-hearing who did this? Who checked it? What field service tech did it, and their notes that they were supposed to maintain per the regulations?
Yeah, there are associated work orders for any work orders associated with Ms. Owens, which would also identify what field service rep may have worked this order as well. In addition to that, what meter reader, which is going to be a separate process through the meter reading process, would also identify that as well.
Okay. And then just to kind of tie this back to what I was talking about before. So she had these consecutive estimates. So she should have gotten this letter. Your bill's been estimated for so many months.
That's not correct, because that letter is generated for inside sets because we have to get access into somebody's household. This is an outside set, so there's a different process for the consecutive estimate process for inside sets versus outside sets.
So what's the difference?
Gotcha. So I explained a little bit of the inside set, so I'll kind of hone in on our outside set process since it's, again, majority of our meters. So when an estimate occurs in the first time, really we'll get to the second, right? Because the estimate could occur for the first time for a myriad of different reasons, but when we get to our second estimate, the system will generate what's called an RID order, which is if we heard it earlier, it's the repair install reading device order. And if there's some sort of meter, and again, the meter reading process is separate from our field service reps because they have their own work orders, and then our meter readers have their own process. If there's some sort of corresponding skip code or trouble code to try to further explain why that could have happened, it also generates some manual review for our ops specialists as well. That will, again, look through the data, try to understand maybe from notes from previous service orders, what's going on here. When you get to third, fourth, fifth, and above, there's some very similar processes, but when we get to our third and above, it will generate the consecutive estimate order. Now, If you heard Mr. Lewis earlier mention, one of the processes we put in place was instead of getting that consecutive estimate order on the third estimate, we wanted to have a process improvement and get that on the second estimate. Because again, on the second estimate, it creates what's called an RID order, which there are other circumstances that could create a repair, install, reading device. But if you see the consecutive estimate order, which is a higher priority, you'll know, hey, it has been estimating. So we put that process has been put in place since we filed that first DR. From there, if on the third and above, if it's 2 inches or larger, it does escalate into an escalated consecutive estimate. If it's fourth and above, so really third and above, it will look back to say, hey, has there been an order? It'll look back in a period of time, has there been an order that generated? If it was canceled or it will create another service order. If not, this is where you'll get the manual review. And again, we'll look at some of the what I would call the technical master data we'll look at different data for the meter, making sure that all that information is correct. This might generate another consecutive estimate order. So you'll have, the system will generate consecutives, and you do have touch points where a manual process may come in place where a consecutive estimate is also comes into play, where there is somebody who reviews it, not the system, somebody who reviews the information and creates a consecutive estimate order. So that's a summary of it. Again, when you look at our DRs, it'll support that.
Okay, so then, when does Ms. Owens get told?
That she has an estimate on her bill.
So you don't send a letter to any of these people that have all these estimated reads saying, hey, you have these estimated reads, maybe we should see what happened?
I'm not aware of, outside of our inside sets, that we have a letter that goes out to inform them that they have an estimate. It is, because it is located on their bill, that, hey, that last read that you just received was an actual or an estimate. There are symbols on the bill itself that will denote that.
Okay, I don't believe that was in the data responses. But,
That the bill?
no, that not everyone gets a letter.
I think it's, is it PSC 2-3 that talks about our consecutive estimate process. And so in here, we talk through if it's an inside set versus if it's an outside set, and as we go through the various different paragraphs.
You said 2, 3?
I believe it's 2-3.
Okay.
So, and then if you get there, let me know and I can.
I'm on 2, 3.
Okay, so like I said, in the first paragraph, for a second estimate, the system will send the customer a repair, install, reading device letter for inside meters.
Great. Could you just, maybe point out what part of that discusses this outside meter
Yep.
issue?
So again, I think we try to break it out for every level of, second, consecutives, thirds, fourths. So if we just start with the first paragraph, if there is not an already order for an outside meter, the system will create an RID order. And then if we go to and then it will talk about the manual review process as well. When you go into the second paragraph, again, it'll start off.
I'm sorry, can I
I'm
stop you,
sorry.
Mr. Chairman? Can we go back to your first response?
Yes, sir.
Can we go back to that first paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Second sentence, for a second estimate, the system will send to the customer a RID for inside meters.
Yes, sir.
So the customer gets a letter for inside meters. Then the sentence goes on to say, if there is not already an order for an outside meter, the system will create an RID order. Just so I'm clear, an RID order is distinct from an RID letter in that the RID letter is external and the RID order is internal.
That is correct.
All right, sorry, please continue.
And so this is where I was getting to the consecutive estimate letter, again, for the inside sets. And you'll kind of see that pattern throughout the other consecutive estimate sets as you go through the priority of third, fourth, or fifth and above.
Okay. I think that is all I have.
Mr. Sherman, thank you for providing that perspective about billing during COVID. I think that, I imagine it wreaked havoc on trying, when there was a moratorium on shutting things off. And since then, there was a rerouting issue, December 2022. I understand that also caused some problems, and maybe you're short-staffed, and any number of things can go wrong at any given time. There may be another pandemic. How confident are you that you've updated your methods so that you're ready for it the next time something unusual happens? You've described a number of things that you're doing differently, second month instead of third month notification, things like that. What else is still needed? What assurances can you provide that these issues have been dealt with?
Yeah, so what I would say is, as we work through this, we've worked through a number of items. I know Mr. Lewis gave testimony on that. I believe our answer 1-6, which I'm also a witness on, really goes through a lot of those items. So we've done some things in the past, right, where we've upgraded equipment, we have replaced meters, we did that internally for a period of time. And what we have done even since then is we've replaced, we've upgraded our meter reading equipment, we've had some route optimization, we're replacing meters now using external resources. And what gives us confidence to say that, you know, we're satisfied with the direction that we're moving in is the supplement information that we provided recently. And like I said, I do use 1-6 as an example, is the numbers that we're seeing in May. I believe Ms. Nash provided, you know, that we have about 400, can't remember the exact number, but, you know, right over 400 consecutive estimates is what we're seeing as close as last month. So we are confident that we're moving in the right direction and that we're implementing the right things. We are always we're always striving to improve. Continuous improvement is something we're always looking for. So again, we put things in place to help combat that. If we run into any other items, I'm very confident this team will continue to look for ways to improve. You know, I know we mentioned, you know, the supply chain issues with the meters, and that we couldn't get meters in, but we still looked for operational efficiencies. I believe we also put some management processes in place. So, you know, even though we might not have had the equipment to correct the item right then and there, because hey, it's taken us 6 months to get our meters in, we were still implementing other ways to kind of combat the issue. And so I'm confident that this team will continue to keep looking for ways to improve, and not, you know, even if, you know, there are supply chain deficiencies.
I imagine you don't like articles like that one in the Herald Leader or investigations like this one, and you have plenty of incentive to fix it. I'm just curious what specific things you think are still needed.
Yeah, again, I think we mentioned that there are still a lot of these meters that are coming up to the 10-year mark where we thought, hey, you know, they may have lasted 15 years. I think we still have a lot of meters that we want to address and do it on our accord, plan for it and be able to do it on our accord versus, you know, them kind of failing unexpectedly. So I would say that's still a part of what some of the things that we want to do is look and address those meters that are failing based off, you know, the information that we have found through that we're seeing that they are failing at an earlier rate. And I do think those are still some of the items that we still need to do and that we're still working on.
I have a question about the inactive accounts, and I'm not sure you're the right person to ask, but Has there been a scrub done between active accounts and inactive accounts?
Can you, I guess, provide a little bit more detail what you mean by scrub?
Well, has a report or something been run where you say what's active, what's not? And then there's due diligence done on the ones that are inactive to make sure that they really are inactive? Do you know if that's been done?
Yep, I don't know if that's been done. I do know we get information on accounts that are inactive, and at that point, our field operations team does work to, again, get an active customer set up. We do find that sometimes customers are just unaware that an account may have deactivated because, maybe they didn't pay their bill on time and it kind of went through the deactivation process. But we do help facilitate them to get signed back up. But as far as, what do we do with that data? Right now, I know our field operations team do have processes in place to try to investigate any of those inactive premises that have active usage.
And is the billing ID tied to the phone number or the address?
That's a great point. The billing, so you're saying the billing ID?
Or the account number, is that?
The account number is going to be tied to the account holder's name and the information associated with it. When we are trying to investigate these inactive with consumption, we're going to look at the address because, again, we have no insight as to who is there at that time. So we're going to send letters to that address because we are sure that there is somebody there or there's usage occurring at that premise. That is what we're sure of. What we're not sure of is, hey, was the previous customer there? Is there a new customer there? We don't know that information, and so for those reasons, we send the information to the address itself and not to the previous phone number.
And if there was a customer that was concerned about the true-up, say from 2020 to 2022, is there someone that can sit down with that customer and explain how the true-up is done? So they're insured, that they know that it's correct?
Yes, and so there's a couple different avenues a customer can take. They can call the 1-800 number and somebody can talk to them through that. If they want somebody in person, we do have our lobby still open. We have a customer advocate team that is there 5 days a week. And when customers come in, those are some of the items that we do talk with customers about. And in those scenarios, we can work with customers as far as payment plans or coming up with and providing them information of other assistance programs out there that could, that they could also explore. We do have an H2O program as well. Again, it's not administered by us, but we can send them that direction. I think during the pandemic, the LIWOP funds were available, and we can send customers that way as well. But I will say we do have people in the lobby where they could come in and talk to us. I am part of that team, and they can come talk to us, and we can help them through that process to get them so they can understand what is going on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the approximate breakout for, let's call 5/8 meters or less than 2-inch meters between indoor and outdoor sets?
You said the approximate rate?
Yeah, the relative to each other, how many outdoor sets versus indoor sets do you have for meters less than 2 inches? Is it 90/10, 80/20, just approximately?
I don't know the exact numbers, so I would just say, just subject to kind of verifying my numbers, but I would say 90 plus are outdoor.
More than, your estimation is 90+% or more are outdoor sets?
Yes, and again, that is a best guess. I'd like to verify, but yes, and most of our inside sets are more than likely going to be kind of our commercial, industrial, maybe your fire service meters. And then, like I said, you may have some services that were put in a long time ago, but majority of our services are going to be outside sets.
Okay, and so those, even of the proportion, a lot of those indoor sets, it sounds like are going to be meters in excess of 2 inches. Is that right?
I'd say a good portion of them.
Or even if not in excess of 2 inches, certainly not, it would sound like certainly not 5/8 inch meters.
Yeah, and if they are 5/8, it might be part of a fire service, and so I would say that there's a caveat there, but
Okay.
not customer 5/8.
Okay.
Residential, excuse me, residential. I just want to fix my language.
No, you were talking about non-revenue water, that you like to, the benefit of reading the meters, even when it's in an active account, is that you can identify non-revenue water, right? That's one of the benefits, is that correct?
It's an avenue to identify when there's usage that is exactly not being revenued.
And that's opposed to actually taking the time to pull the meter. Instead of pulling the meter, you just keep it on the meter route and once a month identify whether there's usage. Is that the alternative?
So that's right. We don't pull the meter, but we will monitor it through the meter reading process. That is correct.
When did that start?
I don't know exactly because that might have been before I started, but since I've known our process, we've always, through the AMR cycle, we've always read all of our meters, whether they're active or inactive. And we'll monitor, we'll monitor if there's usage on an account, and we'll monitor usage on an inactive account as well. So
Right.
since I've known that, to the AMR system to have gone in, but that'd be.
So with AMR, you all don't actually do disconnect and reconnect when folks move in and move out. Is that what I'm getting?
That is incorrect. We do disconnects. So let's take an example in an inactive account. When a customer moves out, part of our process is to shut off the meter. Now, again, somehow, I don't want to just say it's customers, but somehow a meter is turned back on. And that's where we will catch that, hey, a meter was turned on, there is usage on that meter. And part of that inactive with consumption process is to go out, that field service rep will go out and they will shut off the meter if there is not an active account on it. And again, if there isn't an active, our system will also send a letter in response to that as well. So that we try to leave, in part of that process, the FSR will see if there's an active customer. Is there an actual customer there? We'll communicate with that customer, and if they don't have an account, they may work with that customer to get an account set up because, hey, they haven't had an opportunity to talk with that customer. But I would say part of our process with the AMR, we do turn-offs and shut-offs.
So if you're going a year, 2 years, 5 years, attempting to read meter usage and not getting a read, and you all believe that it's a vacant account, isn't there a risk that there is usage and you're not getting it that's resulting in non-revenue water?
I think inherently there could be a risk, but one of the things we try to do is try to use, deploy our resources for the best use of our customers. And I'm not saying NRW is not part of that. In monitoring the usage, that's what tries to give us insight on, hey, is there usage or not? And so what we do, as you can see with the number of consecutive estimates, we'll deploy that for active accounts where customers are getting billed, right? And so we would rather deploy those efforts there and make that the priority. Again, not saying that those other accounts are not priorities. So I do not want to give that impression. But if you had to prioritize it too, we're going to put our efforts and our resources for the customers who have active accounts to try to get that accurate, what I would say fills with actual reads. So that's where we would prioritize our resources for our customers.
Yeah, and I think I couldn't get the quote, so it's effectively a paraphrase. Your response earlier talking about the 60-month or whatever it is consecutive read, that something like it was in the best interest of customers not to spend money on those vacant accounts, going after those. Is it an issue of money, or is it an issue of limited resources and then focusing those limited resources on active accounts?
Well, I think, excuse me, not I think, but some of the testimony that we heard from Mr. Lewis was just saying that during normal conditions, right, if our meters are lasting 15 years and they were not failing prematurely, we would be able to operate and be able to address those, even those accounts that are inactive, but may be estimating. But because we are also seeing that our meters are failing prematurely, part of our plan was not, that was not gonna happen, right? And so it's just directing those resources that we have to address, again, the highest priority in this scenario, we're gonna address account premises with active accounts. Again, if we were in a scenario where meters were not failing, part of that plan would be able to have those resources to kind of move towards those inactive accounts.
Would you agree that the purpose of a water meter is to accurately register and displace usage?
You said display? I would say the purpose of the bill is to accurately accurately measure usage, and yes, and display usage, yes.
Okay, but you all are equating the inability to communicate that usage, not display, but communicate that usage, as a failure of that meter, correct?
Can you ask it one more time?
You all are equating, this is the effectively the answer I got earlier, you all are equating, it sounds like, or at least other of your witnesses, equating the failure of the meter to communicate, that the inability of the meter to communicate as a failing meter. Is that right?
I would say it's a part of it. It's a part of, we staff and we plan according to the available technologies of that meter, the capabilities of that meter. And so if it's not meeting the capabilities of which we envisioned, because that is how we planned, it is not operating, as we would expect. So,
And that, I'm not taking issue with that.
okay.
I'm trying to have an appreciation for, this concern around, quote, failing meters. Do you know how many of the meters that you all have determined are failing are inaccurately measuring or inaccurately displaying usage?
So when we test our meters when customers request, and I will say it's been my experience that most meters, if they are inaccurate, it is in favor of the customer because it is a mechanical device that is running slower and not as accurate. And what we are saying is not working properly is not the measuring chamber, or that is not measuring meters incorrectly. It's not. Again, that's a very mechanical part of the meter. The portion that's going to send out the read, that's going to be more of the communication part of the meter endpoint. We're saying that part has not, that part is not working to as we had expected. The meters themselves are still seem to be measured. When we test our meters, again, if it happens, again, it hasn't been my experience that they have tested fast, but we would definitely adjust customers accordingly. But when we test the meters, we find that they are running slower, which is more in favor for the customer versus for the company.
Yeah, I just want to be clear about what you're saying there. You all test meters when you pull them at the end of their life. When you say a meter has failed and you're pulling them at, say, 10 years, do you test that meter?
We will test the meter if the customer requests it. Meters are tested when they're first put in. When we are replacing meter, what we would call LOS, or length of service, we are not testing them on the way out the door because we are putting a brand new meter in. And so we are not testing them then. We do test meters, large meters. We test large meters on their certification dates, but the 5/8 and 1 inch, we test them for our when a customer requests.
Insofar as you were pulling these meters, well, let me ask you this way. If you pull a meter that is accurately measuring and accurately displaying usage. Would you agree that that meter is effectively performing the exact same or similar task to the meters you had prior to investing in AMR meters?
I would say it's performing partially. Again, the AMR meter, the AMR meters that we that we have purchased, the other part of purchasing for the purposes of AMR is to also be able to capture that read through a radio frequency. So they are measuring usage. I will say that capability of the meter is doing exactly as it has in the past. But if that's all it's doing, it is not operating in the other capabilities of which we expect that meter to.
Well, let me ask you differently. I appreciate you don't want to answer it the way I was asking. Is it your understanding that prior to investing in AMR, the company had electromechanical meters?
I don't know that.
You don't know?
I wasn't.
I know you weren't there, but you either know or don't. And that's fine. An answer that you don't know is that's fine. Okay. Do you know what electromechanical meters are?
Electrical, mechanical?
Electromechanical meters?
I've not heard that term before.
Okay.
If you want to define what that term is, I can see if that still matches what I think it might, but I.
Yeah, so my understanding electromechanical meters are meters that mechanically register water usage, but displayed in an electrical manner.
And so you're saying, am I aware of those?
Mm-hmm.
I am aware of those meters. We have meters like that today with that definition, yes.
That don't have the communications module like an AMR would, right? Let me ask you this way. Do your meters measure water usage mechanically?
We do, our positive displacement meters, yes, they do measure, they measure water usage mechanically.
Yeah,
That
your
is correct.
5/8 inch meters measure water mechanically.
Yes, the positive displacement, yes, they do.
And absent the communications module, can you go to those meters and determine what the usage was over a time period?
That, we can, yeah, so we can see in that point of time what the usage was, and then if we compare it to a previous read, yes, we can calculate what the usage is between those two time periods.
And that's without usage, without using the communications module, correct?
That is correct.
So you could install a correctly operating meter that you all have today with a non-operating communications module and be able to accurately measure someone's monthly usage. Is that correct?
Yes, we could.
Okay. And so the issue is, whether it's convenience, necessity, I'm not characterizing it all, but the issue that you're discussing with failing meters is either in large part or primarily around the communications from these operating accurate meters and the drive-by or walk-by receivers. Is that correct?
Yes, but the one thing I will say to that is, again, meters can fail for a different reason. So you describe an electromechanical meter. So even if the meter itself is accurately measuring, but the display of the meter, let's say it's not displaying, right, because it's both components of electric and mechanical. Well, then we could not, even in that sense, if there's no communication. So part of that is what I'm going to call, so that part of the meter is called the register. So if the register is not communicating with the endpoint, or if the register is not displaying, even if we didn't have the communication device, but we still could not get a read. So when we are changing meters, or if we were finding some sort of issue, it could also be that the register is failing. And so that's why it's not just the communication that's going wrong with the meters. It could be the register itself. Like, again, that's that part that displays the read. That part can also be failing. On a case by, you don't know that until you get to a case-by-case basis when the field service rep goes out there and says, hey, which item is it? So, I think partially yes and then partially no, because, again, the register head itself could also.
Yeah, but that goes back to my question at the outset about purpose of a meter, right? Accurately measure and then be able to display it, right? Be able to read it. What's the benefit of measuring it if you can't read it, right? So I go back to my original question on this. Do you all have data as to how many of these failing meters, using your all's term, accurately measure and accurately display usage, but are failing, right, using your all's term, because of exclusively a lack of communication?
I'd have to check our reports because some of the meter error, there are meter errors. I think we supplied some of that information. It does have an error for miscommunication. But again, you may not know exactly which item it is until you visit, because you don't know, you will not know that until you go out there. So what do we know without going into the field? I can't say that we could say today, we know that that's because of the MIU or the endpoint, or is it because of the meter itself?
That's a great point, Mr. Sherman, but let me just ask this. If you're failing for 2 or 3 consecutive, well, if you're failing consecutive reads through the communications failures, wouldn't you agree that the regulation envisions that you would go out and at least read that meter quarterly, therefore sending someone out to figure out what the problem is?
So again, I would agree that that is always our intention. Our intention is to go out and to investigate what's going on. And for those reasons, we put plans in place to have more visibility, to understand, to check those meters. I would agree it's always our intention. There are times that things are outside of our control. I think a number of those examples have been provided a little bit earlier today by Mr. Lewis. So I would say it's always our intention, but there could be circumstances that kind of stop us from being able to correct the problem at that moment.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Counsel?
No, I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Is there any reason, anything else for Mr. Sherman?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sherman. Fifth witness or the sixth witness, Mr.
We have Ms.
Ingram?
Holton left as the 5th, and then, the 6th, and Mr. Newcomb, the 7th, and then Mr. Portillo, the 8th.
All right, Judge Clark, next witness.
Heather Holton, please, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Heather Holteen. I'm also at 1 Water Street in Camden, New Jersey.
And I hate to ask you this, Ms. Holting, because I realized that a second ago, everybody's given Lexington's address. We certainly have that zip code, but I don't think anybody that works in Camden yet has given the Camden zip code. Do you mind?
Oh, 08102. There we go, 08102.
All right, thank you very much. Counsel?
Ms. Holton, could you please state your job title?
Yes, I am the Director of Customer Accounts.
And Ms. Holton, were you identified as a witness or as a co-witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in this matter?
I was.
Do you have any corrections to any of those data responses where you are identified as a responsible witness?
I do not.
Ms. Holton is available for questions.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chair.
Ms. Dimple?
Yes, I actually don't have questions about estimated usage for you. So, I do have a question though about this 200% or $200 higher for the unusual usage. Who decided that?
I'm sorry.
Who decided that that was the threshold, 200%?
Sure, that's a really good question. So back in 2018, we reevaluated our process for notification to our customers about what we felt were higher than normal bills for that particular customer. Prior to, there was no notification if it met that $200 and 200% threshold. We did not have a notification until it met $1,000 or 6 times that consumption. So we actually polled our customers. We did a journey mapping session with some of our customers. We also did evaluation based on customer calls that come into the call center. We looked to see how many of those had billing intent notification from those overall call volumes. And then we just started dissecting it. When do customers call us that they're concerned about their bills higher than normal? A lot of customers know that, you know, I had family over during that time. It was seasonal. I did have a leak, or I just installed a new sprinkler system. So we noticed that usually around $500, and not usage, our customers tend to just look at the dollar amount, which I know I do. And once we saw that, we looked at our average bill for Kentucky American, and we said, okay, what is our average bill? Typically around $50, $55. And then from there, we said, okay, let's look at it from the perspective, we know customers call in at $500, let's at least do $200 so we can notify them to, if everything's good, great. If not, they have the opportunity to call us and we can investigate the account.
Okay, so you said, you specifically looked at Kentucky American, so does that 200% or $200, does that vary between the other utilities under the umbrella, so to speak?
It does, yes.
Okay. So once the bill hits the $200 higher than normal, then everyone gets a letter, or is it also divided between what kind of meter or whatever?
No, it's everybody.
Okay. So then, for people who receive an electronic bill, do they get a paper letter or do they get an electronic letter?
They get an electronic letter.
Okay. And then this letter and this notification, so is that, again, just kind of through the billing system, like it just gets pushed out? Or is there someone who reviews everything and then determines who gets the letter?
No, it's actually just pushed out once it meets that threshold.
And so then, once those letters are pushed out per month, does someone get a list of that then, of those letters?
We do. We have a list of high bill letters
Okay.
that we have.
And just, I guess kind of off the top of your head, do you know for Kentucky about how many a month this is happening?
I know it's about 3%, so, is that calculation there? Let me,
About 4,000 customers?
yes, yeah.
So about 4,000 customers a month are getting this letter saying that they have unusual usage?
Yes, meeting that threshold of the 200, just
Okay.
notifying them, yes.
And then, excuse me, I'm assuming not all 4,000-ish people call and have a problem. Do you all track about how many of those people each month then call in or contact you all in some way about their unusual usage?
So we do not go all the way down with phone intents. We know that Kentucky American, out of our call volume, is about 19 to 21% or so, give or take, on an average of bill intent calls that come in. Now, I will say this, when you listen to a lot of bill intent calls, you hear that my bill's higher than normal, of course, but as we start investigating those, a lot of times it's the customer who has past due balances that they maybe just didn't pay in time, and so those balances seem to be larger than others. Other times we'll hear, especially during when rate changes happen, we'll also hear that as well. As my bill went up, you know, those kind of things. So under the billing intent umbrella, I can't really say that it's truly directed towards an actual high bill from that letter.
Okay. And you said the calls from Kentucky are about 19%. I guess, how big is your Kentucky operations compared to the others? Like, is that equivalent to their percentage of, I don't know, size compared to the other systems that you all have? Or is that really small, or is that a high amount?
It's not a high amount. It's average. And I'll tell you that 19% is just calls that come in, billing intent calls. Out of that 19% though, I mean, we're not seeing that impact the back office, which would be my department in billing.
Okay.
Madam Rep, Ms. Temple, I just want to make sure something's clear here. Maybe I misheard. Y'all might be talking past each other. When you say 19%, are you talking about, of the calls received about Kentucky American, 19% of those are related to some billing issue?
Yes.
I think you were asking about 19% being a portion of the American Water system. I'm just trying to make sure it's clear here, so we've got a clear record.
Yes, but same kind of question.
Okay.
Is 19% for Kentucky equivalent to the same amount of calls that you would get for any other one of your utilities?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Temple.
And I just wanted to, I guess, touch on that true up. Could you walk us through that, how that exactly occurs?
So let me give this simple, because I don't, from a system perspective, it is SAP logic behind the scenes. But true up simply is looking at the customer's actual bill, their previous actual bill, to their new actual bill. What we do take into consideration is that if it goes past 12 months, we're only doing a rolling 12-month period. If the customer didn't live there for that period of time, of course, we'll still take it from the percentage, or from the time of when that customer moved in, has an actual, from the time of the customer's actual after the estimate. If the customer has no historical and there's a true up that has to happen, we would just use a overall of 125 gallons per day. So if we only have billed that customer, let's say for a 15-day period because of move-in, we're only going to use 125 gallons. If we use a 30-day period, it would be a flat 3750 gallons used.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
No, I don't, thanks.
If I talked about the issues that we're discussing here, do you generally have an appreciation for what I may be referring to? Or do you want me to be very specific?
Maybe be a little specific,
Okay.
just because I'm on the,
That's fine. So here, we're investigating whether or not there are customers that are receiving estimated bills for consecutive months in excess of 2, 3, 4 months. Does that routinely occur or consistently occur in any of the other American Water subsidiaries that you assist?
it does, yes.
Do those other subsidiaries, so going back to, we talked about the regulation earlier, the regulation has I'll call it, I am an attorney, but this is not a legal term, an out, that it's, expectation of requirement, that you read meters quarterly, effectively in the sense that you can, right? Within the utilities control. Are other American Water subsidiaries having consecutive months, 3, 4, 5 consecutive months, in which the utility is consecutively estimating bills when it's still within the utility's control?
Yes, I would say yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ingram, do you have any redirect for the witness?
I do not.
Any additional questions?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we have 2 more witnesses, and I don't, maybe Mr. Portillo, there may be things building up for him, I don't know. Can we just take maybe a 5 or 10 minute recess real quick, and then we'll push to the very end?
Certainly.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you, Your Honor.
All right, we will take a 5 to 10 minute recess. back on the record in case number 2022-00299. Mr. Ingram, do you have to call your next witness?
Certainly, Your Honor. Our next witness is Jeffrey Newcomb.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jeffrey Newcomb. My business address is 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
Counsel.
Mr. Newcomb, would you please state your job title and employer?
Yes, my position is Senior Manager, Rates and Regulatory for Kentucky American Water.
And were you identified as the responsible witness or as a responsible co-witness on some of the data responses that have been filed in this matter?
Yes, I was.
Today, do you have any corrections to any of those data responses?
I do not.
Mr. Newcomb is available for questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook.
Mr. Newcomb, were you in the room when earlier questioning was given to prior witnesses about the actual lifespan of Kentucky American's meters versus what was set in the depreciation rates?
Yes, I was in the room.
Okay, and I believe you're one of the witnesses who responded to one of the data requests. Let's see, which one here? AG 2-10. I think you were. And at any rate, this is where company witnesses responded that there's an 18-year lifespan. So my question is, can you explain the discrepancy between what is given in 2-10 being 18 years versus what was given in response to PSC 1-6 being the average actual lifespan of 10?
Yes, let me first say, my colleagues might give me a little more credit than I'm due. I'm not a depreciation expert. And even as referenced in our response to that, we did consult with Concentric Advisors in developing that response, which looked at the current depreciation rates that are in place today. And that was as a result of a study conducted by company witness Mr. John Spanos in our 2015 rate case. The conclusion that they reached was that 18-year useful life was what was considered. And what I would say is we use composite group depreciation. And when you're comparing the 18-year life to the 20-year life for MIU, MIUs are just one component of that composite group, which would part of how they derived that 18 years. But any further details, we would have to consult with our subject matter expert.
Okay. Chairman, I believe that's all I have for this witness.
Staff counsel?
Yes, was Concentric hired for this case to answer that response? Or were they hired for the new rate filing and it just happened to also work for this case?
I don't know the sequence or timing of when they were hired, so I can't answer that.
So you don't know if they did, if that depreciation answer was specifically for this case, or then how did you get it, I guess?
We did consult them on this question, if that's what your question is. But,
Yeah.
but the timing of when we engaged and hired them and whether it was hired for this case versus some other regulatory matter around depreciation, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Also, that was referred back to you was how many employees did Kentucky American kind of have in its last rate case filing?
Yes, I was able to confirm it's 151, what was authorized in the last rate case.
Okay. And that is how many you have now?
That is correct.
Okay. And how many are going to be in the new rate case filing?
I don't want to give you bad numbers at this point. We haven't finalized what our request will be, so I will defer that until we file the case to answer questions, and be happy to answer questions related to that filing at that point.
Okay. And as far as the cost for this meter replacement, is that, we didn't really get a good answer on that. Is that going to be in the new rate filing?
The cost of,
These 80,000 meters?
the cost of the 80,000, again, yeah, we will have to wait until we finalize what the filing position. I don't want to give you bad information or a bad number.
Okay. And then are any legal fees, travel fees, any other, the fee for Concentric, to answer that question, are any of those fees going to be included in the rate case filing?
I do not, again, I do not know specifics around what that request will be at this point, and I don't want to give you a bad number and say that that's something that's going to be in, but if it's not directly related to supporting the case, typically we would not include that as rate case expense to be
Okay.
collected through your base rates.
I think that's all I have.
Question?
I don't know if you're the right witness for this, and if not, just tell me so. If a ton of the reason we're here today questioning these bills is that the meters are inaccurate, or they're failing way too early, and they're supposed to last 18 years, at least 15 years, customers bought them, customers are gonna be asked to replace them, who's mad about it? What are we doing about it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was having trouble hearing you.
No, what are we doing about the fact that these meters were such a terrible investment? They didn't last anywhere near as long as they're supposed to, and customers bought them, and customers are gonna replace them, and like, is anything gonna be done about that? Is anybody mad about it?
We're not satisfied, and I think Catherine Nash and Andy Lewis spoke to our unsatisfaction and what we are doing about it as a company.
Just asking to replace them?
Sorry?
Just asking to replace them? I mean, I understand they're being replaced. Anything else? Like, what, are we just supposed to accept that sometimes we pay for things that are, like, for all your customers doing a pretty bad job and not lasting very long?
Well, in a rate case, when we set rates, we're saying what the ongoing cost of meter operations are. So that's the cost, and that's just the cost to provide service, and part of that is a meter.
I understand, but are we gonna select better ones? Are we gonna be more careful about what kind we buy? Are we gonna test them? Are we gonna require warranties? Like, this has cost a ton of money, and the customers are gonna end up paying for that.
Yes, and really, company witness David Hill has a lot of that information on how we've evaluated which meters to go with going forward. So he has a lot of that evaluation and can speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner?
Just a quick question on the Concentric question. So we have questions in a DR about the depreciation. We need to direct that to Concentric or to you?
In the rate case?
Yeah. Well, no, in this case.
They could be directed to me, but I would have to consult with Concentric advisors, not being a depreciation subject matter expert.
Okay, thank you.
How many employees do you all need?
For the level that we set in a case, again, is based off of what we expect normal operations to be. So I really consult with my operations folks to tell me what is the right number for what they need. So really, that's a better question for Mr. Lewis, on how many do we need from an operations perspective.
You've never been informed about what the operations people believe that they need?
I know what the current headcount is today. If they have a need, they can consult with me on what we need to do around the rate recovery. But at this point, you know, we only have our current headcount, and that's what we're utilizing today and managing to provide our services.
I guess I'm confused by that. So you all are managing your headcount exclusively to the amount that the rates were set based on?
No, we're not, no, it's based off of what our current headcount is, and that was based off of what we were believing based off of normal operations to operate our business. Again, if I would look to the operations folks, whether they need additional people to operate.
Yeah.
That's not a decision that I make in
No,
rates and regulatory.
And I didn't mean to imply it was. I'm asking, have those operations people come to you and talk to you about the need for additional positions? You can only talk about things that you're personally aware of, so I'm just asking, have you had those conversations where they've indicated to you they need additional employees?
Not that I recall, no.
Mr. Ingram?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Newcomb. Is there anybody else that you all would like to call?
Those are all the witnesses identified on the data responses. So we still have Mr. Portillo, who is subpoenaed.
That'd be great. We'll ask staff to call it. Is there anything else from the company for this hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
We would just,
Well, aside from procedural issues that
Yeah.
we'll take up at the end.
Yes.
Okay.
sorry, we would just call Mr. Portillo now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
My name is Oscar Portillo. I work at 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
Ms. Temple?
And Mr. Portillo, what is your job title at Kentucky American?
I'm a specialist service delivery for the Customer Advocate Office.
Okay. And are you familiar with the May 17th order in this case that incorporated a lot of informal complaints into the record?
No, ma'am.
And so, well, I guess I'm just gonna ask you about some of them though, because you are the one who answered all of these. So you're the person of contact for the commission's customer support, consumer support services, and they reach out to you when there's a customer complaint.
They filed a PSC complaint, and I'm the one that took those and worked them.
Yes.
And that's how I do an investigation and help the customer to get the issue resolved.
Okay, so after you get that information from the commission staff, what do you do?
I investigate to find out the issue of the problem. After I do that, I speak with the customer, and I will tell the customer what we're gonna do. If you have a specific question about a specific customer, I'll be able to provide more detailed information. But that's how I manage each one of those complaints.
Okay, and do you all have the ability to put that order up on your monitor for him? With
The May
informal-
17th order?
With the informal complaints attached? Yes.
Well, yeah, there were documents that were attached to the May 17th order, and then there were documents that were commanded to be produced in connection with the subpoena. Those are two different sets of documents. We have both. I just want to make sure it's clear which ones you want to ask about.
The ones attached to the order.
Okay.
Okay, what was the question again, ma'am?
Okay, there's a couple of those in that I want to ask you about.
Okay,
The first is Miss Ursham's complaint, which is on, of my documents that I have, that is listed as PDF page 20. I don't know what that would be in yours. It was from May 2nd, January 6th, 2023. Catherine Ursham.
okay.
Okay? Do you recall anything about that one? Anything about that complaint and how you handled it?
Yes, I received the complaint, and like I mentioned to you, I investigated what was the issue. Let me make sure I have, can you put the correct one? She, no.
Do you need additional documents?
Can you repeat her name, please?
Catherine Ursham. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name right, but
I don't think I managed her
Ershan.
complaint.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't think I managed her complaint.
Okay. So are you not the only person at Kentucky American that handles these?
No, there's two others.
Okay. And do you have their names?
Josh Raleigh and Erica. I can't pronounce her name. She's barely new. She started a few months ago.
Okay. Let me ask about, since you're not familiar with Miss Ursham, I will put my question about that informal complaint in the post-hearing data request, just
Okay.
since I don't believe Mr. Riley is here. Let me get to Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett's complaint. Jason Barrett.
Okay?
Was that one yours?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you kind of explain what happened for him?
He received a high bill, and as I mentioned before, I started investigating why. I created a service order to find the issue, and I also requested to test the meter. The customer, I believe, received estimate, and then based on that, give me 1 second, let me make sure I have the right information. Yes. When I investigated this customer inquiry, I found that he had a high bill. I requested to test the meter, but due to the fact that he was estimated for a few months, I made a case to make an adjustment based on that. Because he
Okay.
received more than 3 estimates.
So how many estimates did he receive? 'Cause it
I
said-
do
he
not
said
recall how
8.
many, but, I'm sorry?
He said 8.
I do not recall how many he received, but based on our process to manage those estimates, that's why I created a case to make an adjustment on his bill.
Okay. And now you just said you made a case to adjust his bill.
Correct.
What does that mean?
I created BPAM, which Mr. Chairman described what that is, asking the billing department to please make an adjustment based on the estimate this customer received, because we didn't give him an accurate actual read.
So what was wrong? Why was his estimate so wrong?
That I do not know. Like I said, I just managed the process that we have in place in our office to make an adjustment, but I do not know why he received those many estimates.
So you all have a way internally that you can write it off? I don't know what the correct term is here. For you to say his estimates were wrong,
Yeah, I don't have a way to know that before that till I receive that customer complaint.
no, I understand that. But I'm saying you all have some kind of internal policy, I guess, through this BPIM program, where you can just say, I think his estimate was wrong, change his bill.
I do not know. Like I said, I just received the case, investigated, created an order to test the meter to make sure the meter was working properly, which it was. But because the customer received several estimates, that's the reason I created a case to make an adjustment based on the process we have in our offices, in our office of the customer advocate.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Pleasure.
Just one clarification. You have the ability to do an adjustment or a complaint, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a manual write-off? So you're writing it off and crediting the bill, correct?
I don't make the adjustment, I create case, and I make sure to put good notes for the person who is gonna make the adjustment, why we need to make the adjustment, so they can follow that and do the adjustment for the customer.
Okay. Is there a threshold you have? Can you do adjustments up to a certain level?
Well, it depends on every case,
Okay,
because talking about the estimates, we do have to make an adjustment because the customer receives several estimates. It's a case by case. That's how we handle those cases.
okay. And do you have a written policy somewhere at the office, or?
I believe we do.
Okay, great, thank you.
So let's just talk about this complaint just as like an example, but I just want to talk more generally about the process. Somebody got multiple estimates. If somebody got multiple estimates, then what did you do?
Customers don't come to the office with a complaint about estimates. They come into the office with a complaint about high bill. If by doing an investigation, we see that the customer received more than 3 estimates, we make an adjustment. That's how we manage this type of complaints, but it's
Yeah.
mainly about high bills.
And what I want to make sure that I have an appreciation for is the process between what does your investigation look like? And then is it your call following your investigation whether or not to make the adjustment?
Yes, it is my job to make sure I do the right thing for the customer, yes. I do the investigation. If it's required for me to create an order to make sure the read is correct, but again, depends on the complaint of the customer inquiry, I will do that.
So somebody comes in, just make up an example, somebody comes in, has a high bill, it's an estimate. You look at it, doesn't look right. You start doing your investigation. You put in an order then, it sounds like, for somebody to go out and do a manual read of that meter. Is that correct?
I just created in order to get an actual read,
Okay.
but not a specifically manual read.
Yeah, just, that's fair, that's fair enough. But you want an actual read is what you're putting the order in for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the order goes, whatever, electronically, I assume, the order goes in, and then somebody else in another part of the company actually does the read. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you get, after they've done the read, automatically it gets sent back to you. We've done a read, this is the actual amount. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then who do you go to like actually type in or key in, or who do you tell to say, they got an estimate, they got this bill, you need to send them a new bill based off this actual reading that somebody in the field did when they completed the order?
It's case by case. If I need to consult with my supervisor, I will do that. If it's something that we already spoke about it, and if the customer received more than 3 estimates, I just create a case to make an adjustment for the billing department.
Okay, and so you put that in, and then it gets sent to the billing department automatically, like once you
That's
enter it?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And is that billing department, are those people in Lexington, or are those people somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Do you directly communicate with them, or is it all through the electronic channels?
It's all through the system
Okay,
that we use.
okay. Do you ever re-estimate? So do you ever have somebody come in with an estimate, and you put in for an actual read, and you don't get an actual read? Is there an opportunity to give them a more accurate estimate?
No. As
Okay.
I mentioned earlier, if a customer comes in with a complaint, it's about a high bill. If that high bill is estimate, just one, I will create an order to have an actual read. After that, I do the same thing. I create a case. I ask the billing department to please make an adjustment based on the actual read obtained on whatever day I create the order for. And then the adjustment is made.
Do you ever get complaints brought to you where it's just multiple estimates, but it's not necessarily high?
No, sir.
Okay. Do people ever come in and complain that they haven't received their bill?
Once in a while, but not often.
Okay.
But either because it's a mailing issue or something else.
Yeah, or the weird thing in December with the missed route. You aware of that, the 1,000 that didn't get read in December or November maybe?
Not really. I never manage those customers
Okay.
at the lobby.
Most people don't complain when they don't, I assume most people are happy when they don't get a bill, right?
Yes.
At
They
least
were all-
until they get 2 bills worth in the next bill, right?
Yeah, they were came in with, if they received 2 bills in the same month, then we will explain why they received 2 bills, and we have to break down the usage. Once we do that, we make sure they understand and they're okay and go home.
Okay, if we had, a couple of these complaints, so we have specific questions about the specific complaints, and we ask, tell us about this and this complaint. So you've been doing this for how long?
Almost 4 years. I
Okay.
started late 2019.
Okay, and there were 2 more individuals. One you said just started in the last couple of months.
Correct.
Right? And then there's a third individual. How long have they been doing this, approximately?
I believe he's been there more than 10 years.
Okay. Is there anybody that has recently, that may have worked some of these complaints that have been referenced in this case that are no longer with the company?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this way. In your 4 years there, is there anybody that has worked complaints that's no longer there?
Yes.
Okay. So if we asked for each complaint, let us know who the investigator who played your role in that complaint, do you think that, is there a single person assigned to each complaint when they come in?
Yes.
Okay. And you all would have a record internally of, it was this person who did the investigation?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
And then finally, can you just talk to me just for a minute about when you say you start doing your investigation, for one of these cases, what is that, just in an ordinary case, what is that what's the actions that you ordinarily take in that investigation?
I personally put a lot of time into it because I want to do the right thing managing these cases. As I mentioned, I've received the case. I mail the officer in charge. I call the customer. I'll let him know that I will start investigating and see what the issue is. And based on that, I will create whatever order is necessary to correct the issue. If there's nothing wrong, then I will let the customer know.
Okay.
And if it's something wrong, I will let the customer know as well.
Okay, and then sometimes does it require you to issue orders to have people do other investigations in order to figure out if something's wrong?
Yes,
Okay, and that would be like sending somebody out to the field?
that's correct.
Okay, do you ever do the field visits yourself?
No.
Okay, so that's what I want to make sure. So if it's an issue with the meter pit or whatever it may be, in order to find out if something's wrong, you have to take an action to put in an order and then have someone else go and investigate that, specific to their job, that issue.
That's correct.
Okay. And the communications, do you communicate over email or do you communicate through a specific like internal website or internal program that you're able to put all of your communications and emails in on a particular a complaint?
Email, most
Okay.
of the time, yes.
Okay, so when you're going back and forth on email, that's when you're talking to other folks, but when you put in orders, is that through a program?
Yes, and I make notes in there.
Okay, and
for
then
that, so that for them to do what I'm asking them to do.
Okay, and then do you get, like, when you put in, just example, you have a high bill, you want somebody to go out and do a manual read, you put in the order for the manual read, do you get automatically notified when that order has been satisfied and somebody went out and did the actual read and brought it back?
I do a follow-up on my own.
Okay,
I create an alert if I create an order for tomorrow, I will create an alert or make a note for myself to follow up on Monday. Then I check the order, get a read, and then I create a case to make an adjustment if it's necessary, or I'll do whatever is necessary to have the customer inquiry taken care of.
yeah, and what I want to make sure that I have an appreciation for is there an automatic, it sounded like to me, when you put in the order, it automatically goes then to the people to satisfy that order, is that right?
I do not know how those orders are managed. I just create the order and I just follow up.
It sends out on its own though, like when you
Right.
issue the order, it goes out, right?
Correct.
Okay. When the order is satisfied, it doesn't sound like you get anything automatic back, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's manually, you get told, the person who completed the order, let me say it this way, is the person that completed the order, do they have to take an action to come and convey to you or to email you or whatever it may be? Do they have to take an additional action to let you know that they've satisfied the order?
That's how I do it. I do not know how other people would do or manage certain inquiries, but that's how I do. That's how I take care of those cases and
Okay.
those orders.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure of that the system isn't necessarily set up to,
No.
when they've completed it, to send it back to you,
No,
is
it
what
will
I'm
not,
trying
no,
to.
it will
Okay.
not, it won't work.
So that communication is either personal, like you go to them and talk to them, or it's by email, is that right?
That's correct.
And then regardless of your communication, your testimony earlier was that you put it back in as a note into that case file.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Ingram, any questions?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any redirect. I would point out one thing. You asked about other investigators, whether they're gone from the company, still at the company. In the PSC's fourth set of DRs in this case, staff asked about some of these informal complaint cases, and we provided answers in that PSC fourth set. If there are, and regardless of who the investigator was, so if there are other questions about those informal complaint cases or other informal complaint cases, we're happy to answer any questions about those. It doesn't matter where the investigator is, who it was, whether they're departed. We can still consult the internal notes that Kentucky American has on those and provide a response about that if that's what the commission wishes. And what
Go ahead.
was attached to the May 17th order were the commission's documents on those informal complaints that were described therein. The subpoena asked for us to produce our Kentucky American's own internal documents for those, and we have those here today, and we'll give them to Ms. Temple when we conclude, or however you all want to do it.
And that's why I wanted to conclude after the cross-examination here, but given that he wasn't necessarily so we asked for him to bring the internal documents related to those, complaints.
Which we have.
But I think I'll just speak for myself, but I think my impression is that the cross-examination of those complaints of the witness, given that he doesn't necessarily have personal knowledge of some of those, the internal documents are gonna have to suffice, given the lack of personal knowledge, if that makes sense. A best evidence sort of type issue. And that's what I wanna follow up on and that's why I asked specifically the question, have people left, are they still there? In the event these complaints relate, the person that investigated them, the person that, did Mr. Padillo's job on those complaints. In the event that they've left, we've lost the person who has the personal knowledge. So to a certain degree, the internal documents are effectively the best evidence. Somebody answering what the internal documents say without personal knowledge is of less use than just having the personal documents. So we appreciate him pursuant to the subpoena bringing the personal documents, and I think that's going to have to suffice pursuant to in lieu of the questions that Ms. Temple was going to have to ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That, I just wanted to explain to you, that's why I was asking the question about have people left, are people new, because at some point, there's no real benefit of asking this witness questions about cases and complaints that he didn't process, that he's referring to a piece of paper that we can just look at on our own and not have to put him under scrutiny and have to sign an oath or affidavit as to what a paper says, and we can just look at it ourselves.
Understood, thank you.
Okay, all right. So thank you for bringing those, by the way, in a form in which those can be provided. And just, I guess to clarify, just two points. You were appearing today pursuant to the subpoena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you did bring the documents that were requested of you in the subpoena, namely internal documents related to the May 17th order? Is that correct?
I brought the ones for the cases that I manage.
Okay.
About May 17, I'm not sure about that.
All right, so Mr. Ingram, you have all of the internal documents related to the ones attached to the order, is that correct?
Ms. Vanover has the documents responsive to the subpoena.
So we'll tender those as a hearing exhibit for whatever they're worth, not actually as a technical exhibit, but as a looking out for you, as a satisfaction of the subpoena in which Mr. Padillo
Thank you.
is appearing.
And should we just give them to Ms. Temple when the hearing concludes?
And we'll make sure we have a copy that puts it in the notice of filing so that it's clear in the public record they've been satisfied.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for this witness?
No,
Anything
sir.
else, Commissioner?
No.
You have a question? Okay, thank you very much. You may step down. Is there anything else, Ms. Temple, in terms of evidence?
No, sir.
Okay, great. All right, so we will obviously have some post-hearing data requests. I know Commissioner Regan referenced a couple of seconds ago around depreciation. I think staff had one or two, and I noted one. It's Thursday. We want to be expeditious about the case, but I think one of few cases we don't have a statutory deadline hanging over our heads, right? If we can have those answered next week, you've heard generally what the questions are, including for Mr. Cook. Would the ordinary 14 days suffice, or would you prefer 21?
We would prefer 21.
That'd be fine. So we'll get those questions out next week. We'll get a procedural schedule out before we get those questions out that set the response date for those 21, for those at least 21 days from the date that they're requested. Mr. Cook, what day next week do you think you can have your data requests, post-hearing data requests filed?
Monday?
Okay. Would you all like Friday?
Next Friday? That would be, I think we're gonna suggest next Wednesday, but whichever.
We'll get the procedural schedule out by Wednesday, and that way we can get the data requests out by Friday. So if those go out, Friday the 16th, 1, 2, 3, 4th of July, but but how about we just say July 10th? Give it to the next Monday in case you need the additional time.
Certainly, fine.
As always, our request is if there's at least one or two of those items you need additional time to get the information, that you go ahead and file, A, everything you have timely, but B, that you seek leave to file after the date as early as possible so that we have time to rule on it prior to the deadline.
Yes, Your Honor.
I suspect that either that procedural schedule or subsequent procedural schedule will provide insight into what we expect the rest of the case to look like. You mentioned earlier that you'd like to address the post-hearing processing. Do you have anything in particular you'd like to discuss?
Well, I guess what you said there makes me curious about what the rest of the case will look like. After post-hearing data responses are filed, do you anticipate there to be more proceedings in this matter, more data responses in this matter, or do you think at that point it's going to be time to brief the matter if Kentucky American chooses to file a brief? Or, I mean, I guess I'm asking simply because I've not consulted with my client, need to after today has closed about whether we'd like to file a brief. I expect we will. I guess I'm just asking, at some point, that would be something we might like to do, and I just didn't know what you envision happening in between now and then.
Yeah, so I can tell you two things. One is that we've not discussed or made a decision as to what's going to happen after this hearing, other than that we're going to give everybody ample time to ask and answer data requests. And second is I can commit to you, at least, I can't say how these two would vote, but I can commit to you that I would always afford all the parties an opportunity prior to submission of the case to at least brief their position. So you don't have to worry about us just all of a sudden entering an order without giving you an opportunity to take a position.
That's all we ask. Thank you, John.
Is there anything else, Mr. Cook?
Can't I think of anything, sir?
Council? Vice Chair, Commissioner? All right. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.